Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it is a beautiful morning. The weather is starting to warm up for most of us. Let me see what today holds for us in Central Texas. Right now, it is a balmy 33 degrees. Feels like it's 28 degrees. We should get up to 50 degrees this morning, 53. No more frozen pipes for a while. But we do have another round of in the 20s and coming up this weekend. I hope everybody is thawing out from the storm. I'm coming on just a few minutes early because, well, in the Brendan Banfield, I have a hard time with that, trial we're going to be watching all day today. They have already got their little court feed up, and that judge usually starts right on time. So we're going to be on time ourselves. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning, babe. Slept well. All I can say, slept well. I hope you did too. So, while we're waiting, why don't we talk about some of the uniqueness and the few bombshell moments that have occurred thus far in trial. Make sure to grab your cup of coffee and let's dive in. Oh, that's just right. All right. So, the alleged fetish website Redrummer plot. Prosecutors say Banfield used a fetish website to lure his wife, how do I put this guy? Unknown to her, one night stand. His name was Joseph Ryan, into their home under the ruse of a e-par fantasy involving Christine Banfield. Yes, they did. It is alleged that Banfield and, I want to say McBanuel, but that's not her name, the au pair, set up a website and created everything in Christine's name, including a new email, yada, 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 created a hookup. And this poor guy, Joseph Ryan, had no idea he was walking into his last fetish. The state argues that this was a part of the calculated plan to unalive both Ryan and Christine, so Banfield could be, well, free to pursue the relationship with the family's au pair, Julia Perez Maglas. As I'm guessing on how to say that. That's what I think they're saying in court anyway. So why is this a bombshell? Well, this theory is framed around the case of a chaotic crime scene to a premeditated double Redrum conspiracy with actual fetishes elements, something jurors rarely get to encounter, that is for sure. The digital fingerprint on this, the battle, is defense investigator Harry Linsky testified that there's no digital evidence proving that Banfield or Maglas catfished Ryan or orchestrated the online communication. I'm not sure I'm buying it. His testimony directly challenges the prosecution's central narrative. If the digital trail is weak or inconsistent, or in some people's minds, non-existent, then the prosecution's entire mastermind plot theory becomes harder to prove. Magdalene's testimony states about getting rid of her. The au-pair testified that Banfield had previously discussed a plan and getting rid of the ex-wife. Why is that so explosive and interesting? Well, it's not unusual, but the method was. This was the closest the prosecution has come to a direct statement of intent through a woman who, for a hot minute, refused to turn state's evidence, and then all of a sudden, she turned state's evidence. And when turning state's evidence, she lost the financial support of the defendant's family in jail, including they paid for her attorney. So, as an alleged confession or motive from inside the house. So she confessed what had happened in the home. Now, they do have surveillance video, phone records, and timelines. Jurors saw the videos of Banfield at McDonald's that morning of the Red Room. Kind of strange. Vinnie Politan did a thing on it, and he couldn't understand why it would take so long to be in a bathroom. Well, sometimes it just does. But in this situation, it was alleged that he was killing time and creating a new routine before going to work. So it would not seem out of norm for him to be there waiting for the call. I'm sorry, y'all. So this guy, at least, hello, Jesse. Good morning. Good morning. So it is one of those things. Oh, congratulations and thank you. I am so appreciative of you. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you. We're so glad you're with us. So anyway, he staged a McDonald's waiting for the call. Phone logs show that Michaelis called him shortly before the unalivings. Why is that significant? Well, prosecution is using this to argue coordination and timing, suggesting the Red Room occurred immediately after that phone call. Now, the DNA mixtures on the knife. It's a mixture. Forensic experts testified that the bloodstains on the knife contained a mixture of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan's DNA. Well, Joseph brought the knife to the scene, so that doesn't surprise me. But it does undermine any narrative of the killing was separate, accidental, or defensive. It suggests a single weapon was used in coordinated attack. The body camera audio of Banfield crying was a little unusual. Jurors heard Banfield sobbing on police body camera footage. Why did it stand out so much? Well, because maybe it was fake. The defense used this to show shock and trauma. The prosecution argues performance. We watched a video last night. We went through it where you could see all of the drama unfolding. But when the police got there and he's sitting in the bathroom floor with his wife, all the way through him going to the hospital in an ambulance, and then him getting into the hospital being told she's dead, all the way through where he's changing clothes. So if you haven't seen that, go back and watch it. You can see the blood on the hands and all of it. But in this case, the emotional evidence often will sway a juror more than the technical evidence. However, I'm not too sure that's the case in this trial. Now, the homicide detectives say that supervisors pushed catfish theory. That was their theory. and they were not having it. A detective testified that supervisors pressured investigators to pursue that catfish theory narrative early on, and if they didn't agree with it, they were off the case. Yeah, well, yeah, that was kind of a, I don't know how much weight I put into that. This opens the door to the claim of investigative bias and tunnel vision. Powerful for the defense. They have actually had police officer on stand stating that if you did not follow along with this theory, then you were off the case. That is a strong testimony. Now, we have had snowstorm delays and the judge's warnings. A major winter storm did shut the court down Monday and Tuesday, but today is Wednesday the 26th, and we are proceeding. The delay can create a dramatic pause right as the defense was gaining traction with its digital evidence challenges. Oh my gosh. Now, Banfield is expected to testify. Multiple outlets confirm it, but what was even more confirming is the judge flat out asked the lawyer for Mr. Banfield, is he taking the stand? He goes, yes, he is. So that is huge. Defendants rarely testify in double red room trials. His testimony could make or break this case. So, an ex-fetish website is an alleged murder red room setup, love triangle motive involving the au pair, conflicting digital forensic narrative, DNA evidence tying both victims to a single weapon, an internal police disagreement about the direction of the investigation is all where we lead up to in this trial. And no kidding, as soon as I say that, look who takes the stand. The judgy poo. Judgy poo. Judgy poo. Judgy poo, poo-doo. I love, and by the way, if some of you are like, well, this judge looks familiar, she better. She was a judge from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and she is now taking the stand.
Do you swear affirm to accurately take and transcribe the proceedings in this case?
Right on time.
Thank you. Good morning, Peter. All right. Good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out?
Not at this time.
Shocker, no.
Not at this time, Judge. Depending on how counsel presents their evidence, we will have a request regarding our expert watching their expert, but I'm not sure that's relevant for today.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
I hope it is, because we were
matters
Right.
that I'd like to.
The judge was hoping to get this to jury verdict by today. She was. We'll see. I don't think so.
Present movie approach.
Okay, sure.
If you guys hear a hum in the background, it's probably my heater. June or somebody, can y'all let me know if you can hear the heater in the background? If you hear a brrrr or any kind of hum, let me know. We are already having our very first of the morning. And for those of you who are following my coloring escapade, I have colored the first page of every book in the New Testament. So where it says like First Peter, I'm almost done with the New Testament. Then we got the old one to do. Someone asked, what am I doing with this Bible? This is a color Bible, and you can go in and, for example, color pages. And I am going to make this my grandbaby Bible. Now, this is pink, so I'll have to get a blue one and do the same for boys. But this will be one that I use with my grandchildren. I'll leave some pages open so they too can color when they get old enough. I don't have grandchildren anymore. June, I have CC on both the trial and mine. The trial CC is probably going to be up here. I'm probably going to turn it off. because let me get my feed up. I forgot to get my feed up this morning. Always have my feed so I see what's going on. And make sure that, all right, let's see if I can get captioning. Okay. If you want closed captioning, please turn it on your end. I have figured out how to turn things on. Yay! That way we don't have double captioning. Let me know if you cannot do that, because that's something that's important to me. But I prefer that you guys have control over your captioning, because you can size it, you can move it, you can do what you need to do to it. And my hair is bothering me. That way you guys have more control over the captioning yourselves. My cat is over there doing kitty yoga. At the moment, she'll probably hop up here in a minute. So I would love to be able to see what is in this sidebar. I'd love to be able to know what is going on with sidebar. Because this judge is pretty animated. So we'll see what's happening. Or can we just zoom? I guess we have zoomed in and we're still in sidebar. Long sidebar, y'all. Well, I once was with somebody who had grandbabies long time ago. I dated somebody. Well, let's just say in my early years, I was with somebody who was a little older than me, and they had grandbabies, and they were my grandbabies in love. I still would love them today. But when this person and I broke up, our relationship dissolved. I grieved those grandbabies. Oh my God. I felt like I lost my grandbabies. And it was, I was the only grandmother they knew at the time. And I always count them as grandbabies in love, even though I don't see them anymore. I still pray for them. I do know where to follow them a little bit on Facebook, although I don't engage because they don't probably remember me. They were so young when all that happened, and I don't want to bring up any drama or trouble in the family. So that's why I said that. And, it's really hard because I babysat them. I did everything a grandparent would do. And thank you, Vanessa Joy. I did. And then that's what I hate about relationships, whether you're married or dating or whatever, and there are grandchildren or children involved, and you break up, and it just rips a hole in your heart. So that's why I say that, because I loved them. I loved them. And I'm blessed that because of social media that I can see that they are well and they are grown and they have wonderful lives of they're growing. I mean, they don't have children yet, but they are college age and they are having a good life. But yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that was old habit. But yes, grandchildren in love. That's what I call them. My grandchildren in love. Meaning I'm not their biological grandmother, but I loved them dearly. So for my future grandchildren, I am doing this. Here's the front page of the Bible. I did it. I kind of saw this and thought old Victorian wallpaper. Old Victorian wallpaper. Doesn't it look like it? So I colored that. So I've done a lot. But what I've decided to do, there's something to color literally like every third page. And so I was just randomly flipping through, and I said, let me get a little more control over this. So I love this one. So I have gone through and colored and just doing this. I did good on this one. Look at that lighthouse with the rocks and everything. So it is something that I'm doing, and you can find these. Actually, I got this online, but I've been told they have these at Hobby Lobby. If this is your thing, here's my New Testament page. If this is your thing, and then this was a lot of coloring. I'm not done with this page yet. The Lord's Prayer, that one's got to do pencil. So I'm doing a combination of pen and marker and pencil. I will tell you though, I have found some fabulous markers that do not fade. Like here's 2 Corinthians. I did that yesterday. So I found some fabulous markers that did not fade. If you love to color or your kids, and first of all, use watercolor pencils. You can use them dry. They blend beautifully. But the pen markers I'm using are they are Uni Emott Emott. You can get them online. You can get them. Some Walmarts carry them. Some Office Depots or Max or whatever you call them carry them. I ordered mine, and they don't bleed through. You can see the color through. They're thin, but these are Bible pages. They're thin, and look, this is colored, but look, you can see barely. Love them. Hi, honey. Yes, Vanessa, it was sad. It was horrible. And I was babysitting him that day, and then that evening we were broke up. Found out that he had been sleeping with about 5 different women. Yeah, he was a little hoe bunny. And found out he'd been doing it during our entire relationship. Found out not only was he doing that, but he had a kept woman in the same apartment complex that we were in, just at the opposite end. Yeah. So long story short, lost my grandbabies. It was not a fun experience, but I still love them. They don't know they have somebody praying for them all the time. I never stop thinking about them. Oh, I hate it when you get an email that says urgent and you look at it and it's junk. Don't you just love that? I'm checking to see if my glasses have shipped, y'all. They say the the label had been made. Now I'm trying to see if they've been shipped. Y'all, these are not cutting it. All right, here they come back. Let's see what's on the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Sure.
That's fine.
wonder if he's going to actually testify today. I hope he does. It will be interesting.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you may recall, before the break, we were in the middle of an expert testifying for the defense. Can you take the stand, sir? Of course. Just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay? All right.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Harry Lidsky.
Good morning. Yes,
Give
I
me the
am.
microphone too, please.
Good morning, sir.
There we go.
Mr. Lidsky, can you see the screen before you?
I don't have anything. Yes, there it is. Yes.
In terms of foundation, these are the, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're looking at right now?
This is a T-Mobile responsive record, I believe, to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is cell tower location information for Mr. Banfield's phone.
And sir, I'm going to slide down. Do you see the highlighted portion?
I do. This is filtered in particular for the evening of January 9th, 2023. And there's one record in particular. These are in UTC time, so it's reflective of January 10th in the early morning, but it's January 9th for the conversion.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 294.
Any objection?
If I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, Judge, we've identified this as Exhibit
294.
294. Thank you. No objection.
All right, 294 in evidence.
Sir, can you explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, column 4381 and what the significance of that is relating to your digital forensics analysis?
Yes, I can. And I misspoke a moment ago. This is for Ms. Muggleheis's mobile phone, not Mr. Banfield's. So row 4381, which is highlighted, is just a data session point that T-Mobile logged with location information. The second column from the left, start time, is the beginning of the data session. And the column to its right, end time, is the ending. For locational information in this regard, the beginning time is what I'm focused on.
And sir, I'm going to have you look at Sir, I'm going to have you identify what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 295.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
This is just a Google map of the Herndon area. with an annotation of the approximate location of the Banfield residence on Stablebrook Way. Also, the tower that handled the data session on the previous slide, marked with a red pin.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 295.
Any objection?
No objection.
295?
And so, sir, the jury is waiting to see that. Explain what that previous slide is relating to what you've put in Defense Exhibit 295 and what that shows.
So on the left-hand side, the icon of the house or structure is designed to represent the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And the red pin, which is in sort of the middle of Stratton Woods Park, towards the upper right-hand side, is the location of the T-Mobile cell tower that handled the data session from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I'm moving on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 296. Sir, are you able to see that slide?
It's still 295.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Same.
Sir, are you be able to see the next slide identified as Defense Exhibit 296?
I am.
Can you identify that slide?
I can. This is a screenshot of the portable case digital forensic platform for Ms. Banfield's laptop for January 9th, 2023 from, I believe, noon through midnight.
And what is the significance of this document?
That there was no data, no usage of the laptop during that time period on January 9th.
All right, move that in as Defense Exhibit 296.
Any objection? Can you make it just the full screen? Because I can't have the other slides
Yes, Your Honor.
being shown to the jury.
My apologies, Judge. I can't seem to move that next slide. I can ask the expert for help with this.
All right.
This judge is probably sitting there going, oh my God, it is so freaking Monday here today, and it's a Wednesday. I shouldn't have said that F-bomb. Every time I think about my ex, I cuss. Not because I'm mad at him, but the guy that I was talking about, man, he cussed like a sailor. And I never cussed a day in my life until he and I got together. And yeah, we never cussed. I never cussed. And then when we got together, when I left, man, I was cussing like a sailor myself. So
Around 296.
every time I talk about him, I start cussing.
Objection to 296?
No, ma'am.
All right, 296 in evidence.
The spirit is here, y'all.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Could you move your microphone back, please?
if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is this Exhibit 296 show with regard to your digital forensics analysis?
So I analyzed the data usage from the laptop on this particular date, January 9th, particularly the evening, but again, filter this to go back to, I think, approximately noon. And there was no data usage whatsoever on the laptop for this time period.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Defense identified as Defense Exhibit 297. Sir, do you see this slide before you?
I do.
Can you identify it?
This is part of the Google production in response to a search warrant showing the activity from January 9th, 2023 in the evening, particularly the 11:10 startup or creation of the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit number 297.
Any objection?
No objection.
297 in evidence. Published.
Sir, going from left to right, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what it is that's displayed and what the significance of it is.
So on the left, the highlight is just for the Google login history. In the center, the third row down highlighted is a particular entry of note, the IP address, which is the home, the Banfield home IP address, a login. It's both the creation of the account and the first login happening contemporaneously. Again, January 9th, 2023 at approximately 11:10 p.m. And on the lower right, we can see a notation for the CBRN 920 at Gmail account. And that's what this record's reflecting.
Okay, y'all, forgive me for laughing, but I got a message from Joe Schmo. Okay, y'all be in prayer. If you pray, good thoughts if that's what you do. Today, Joe Schmo is flying home finally from California because his flight got delayed and everything because of the snowstorm. But he's flying home from California. He'd been there. He left his home up in the upper northeast part, I guess, Midwest. I don't know. He was going to get a lot of snow, but he had already planned and flew to California. He'd been there for 2 weeks. And so he texted me this morning and he goes, it's a tradition when I fly out of an airport in the morning to start my day off with a mimosa. And he sent me a picture of his mimosa. And I'm all like, cheers. I can't have mimosas. I'm allergic to citrus. So I have to make my own synthetic mimosas. But anyway, this is why I was giggling. Y'all keep him in thought. Safe travel home, Joe.
So what are your conclusions based upon your analysis of Defense Exhibit 297?
So if you could jump back to 295. So given the location of Ms. Magalhaes' device at approximately 11:08 PM from this cell tower and its distance from the residence, my conclusion is that she was not home at the time the Gmail account was created.
Objection calls for speculation. The witness can testify to her phone not being present in the house.
Sir, can you explain to the jury in terms of the devices?
So my conclusion is that Ms. Magalhaes' device was not in the residence at 11:10 PM when the Gmail account, the alleged suspect Gmail account was created.
But once again, this guy here is he's an investigator, tax fraud, but he is an investigator himself. I would expect him to think about these kind of things and make plans for them not to be in the home while this is, I'm not believing this. I still think he did it.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Defendant Exhibit 298. Sir, can you identify this slide?
If opened, this would be the Discord.
Judge, I'm going to object to the description of what happens when we open it. Let's open it.
We could,
Okay. Sir, can you identify this 298 has been opened? What, if anything, can you identify this as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
Here it only says Microsoft Edge PDF document.
Oh, sorry, Judge.
The document's not open.
It opened on my laptop.
Pussycat, I had hoped, I had believed that with the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 4-day weekend, that you would get the cobwebs out of your brain, Mr. Attorney, and actually learn how to ask questions that the prosecution won't object to every 5 seconds. I'm not trying to be mean, but dang it. It's a constant objection boat because this guy can't ask proper questions. Go back to law school if you need to, dude. Hi, Pussycat. Thanks for joining. He's driving me crazy. These objections are slowing down today.
So this is what I received as the Discord responsive documents to a search warrant issued by the Fairfax County Police Department and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. This is for Ms. Magalhaes' Discord account. And this is the subscriber information with IP addresses corresponding with login events to that account.
And sir, are there any particular login events that you're interested in terms of your analysis of this particular day?
So again, these are UTC records. So if we scroll down to January 10th, 2023, we will see a relevant login for the period of time that we're discussing.
Learn to use what if any. If you don't know for sure how to ask it, do what if any. That'll get you past. Agree, Ada. Do you think that the defense attorney learned? I would have expected him to at least to have learned
I do.
what if
Is that
any.
the, relevant time relating to your analysis of the circumstances?
It is.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Actually, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 298?
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
298 in evidence.
identifying that highlighted portion, is that the relevant portion relating to your analysis of the January 9th analysis?
It is.
And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this fits within your analysis, and remind them what is January 9th in terms of its significance.
So again, January 9th was the, January 9th at 11:10 p.m. was the date and time where the alleged suspect Gmail account was created at the Banfield residence. I used these records to supplement my other investigative work as a form of corroboration. Ms. Magalhaes' device was a few miles away from the Banfield location at 4:08. This is, again, Discord is not device specific, but Discord has Ms. Magalhaes' account transitioning from a T-Mobile service in the line, the 327 entry at 208.127.225.10. That's a T-Mobile provided IP address, and it's shifting to the home IP address at 11:30 p.m. On January 9th. So that was used to try to ascertain a time where her device returned home.
And does that, and what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Sorry, Ari,
January 9th.
I spoke it into being.
I think this is our best window into the time Ms. Magalhaes' device arrived back home.
And I think perhaps you said this, but when was the suspect Gmail account created?
It was created at 11:10 p.m. So 88 seconds prior to this event.
Okay, and was there, is there anything else relating to January 9th on the defense exhibits up to 298?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at the slide before you. Can you see that?
I can, but not in presentation mode. Okay,
Can you see that slide?
I can.
Can you see that slide?
I can.
And sir, if you could look at what would be marked as Defendant's Exhibit 237.
I see it.
Can you identify that?
I can. This is a Google responsive document to a search warrant, again, with the alleged suspect Gmail account reflecting a login on February 13th, 2023.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 237.
Any objection?
Just this slide, no objection.
237.
Sir, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this slide, going from left to right, is relating to February 13th, 2023?
Again, on the left, we have highlighted just this particular data set, which is the Google login history. The top row in the middle reflects the particular login we're discussing now. The IP address is the Banfield residence. It's a login February 13th, 2023 at 7:33 and 12 seconds a.m. From a Windows computer. And again, this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account, not Ms. Banfield's sort of true name account.
And what's the significance?
That there was a login to the alleged suspect account on this morning.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 238. So do you identify that exhibit?
I do. This is a login a few minutes later at 7:45 a.m. to Ms. Banfield's actual email account, her sort of personal account, for lack of a better term.
Hello,
Your Honor, move that
Barbara.
as Defense Exhibit 238.
Any objection?
No objection.
238?
Can you please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this defense exhibit and what the three columns essentially mean?
Sure. So unlike the prior exhibit, this is to Ms. Banfield's actual account, the C Banfield RN at Gmail account. So I highlighted this as significant because, again, we're seeing a movement in and out of the suspect, the alleged suspect account, and the real personal account belonging to Ms. Banfield. I have some, with regard to the catfishing theory, I see some consistency issues here.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 239. Sir, can you see that exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it as an exhibit and what the foundation of that is?
This is on the same morning of February 13th, 2023. It's a few minutes later, 7:48, approximately 7:48 and 41 seconds a.m. And this is a login now back to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
And in looking at these last three slides, the time is important in terms of analysis, correct?
It is.
What's the significance to your analysis?
Well, in a 15-minute window, we've gone from the alleged suspect account to the known attributable account with Ms. Banfield, and now back to the suspect account.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 239.
Any objection?
No objection.
239?
And I apologize, if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of how 237, 238, and 239 connect.
Judge, objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question.
Sir, on the right-hand side, it indicates, or what, if anything, does that item indicate, that artifact?
On the right-hand side, we have the IP address, which hasn't changed. It's a login. These are all logins. The date and time. This is now the 7:48 event. And then in the evidence information, a few lines down, the source is the determining record for whether or not this is from the C Banfield RN account or the CBRN 920 suspect account. And that's just, to tell them apart.
And if you can, explain the significance of the CB Banfield RN account and the CBRN 920 account.
The C Banfield RN account is what I've come to know as Ms. Banfield's legitimate sort of personal email. The CBRN 920 account is the one we've been referring to as the alleged suspect account. That's the one that was created to set up FetLife and then to facilitate communication on Telegram as part of the meeting with Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 186.
I already have 186 in evidence. Is that,
I believe, Judge, that's the same exhibit, and it's just been included in this.
that is the same? Is it okay? 186 can be, can be.
And, Your Honor, I believe this has been moved into evidence?
Yes, it's in
Yes.
evidence.
Okay.
It's being displayed.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Okay, and what, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury regarding your analysis of this?
So these are FetLife communications. These are for outbound communication or messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield. These were all in the morning of February 13th, and they're all in or around overlapping with the time frames of the Gmail login accounts or login events that we were just discussing.
And identifying them, how are you identifying whom is speaking to whom?
So the far left-hand column, 163-63905, that is the user account that's associated with the account.
Can y'all read that? Because I sure in the heck can't. Well, this time I'll let you tell me about your. I'm going to screenshot this, guys. Give me a second. Just so I can go back and enlarge it and read it because I can't read
Purporting to
that.
be that of Mrs. Banfield's.
And those are all outgoing comments?
They are. This has been filtered just to reflect the outbound ones.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 241. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And if you can explain, is this, how did you come to receive this, and how did you rely upon it in your analysis?
This was a document received from the Treasury Department's Inspector General office. It was provided to the Fairfax County Police Department and provided to me as part of a stipulation of records. This particular record is for the Easy Pass toll device that was assigned to Mr. Banfield.
And is that identified in the third column?
As the transponder or plate number?
Yes.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in this particular document?
The location of Mr. Banfield's transponder, presumably his assigned work vehicle, in particular on the morning of February 13th.
Judge, I'm going to object to the presumption that it's his assigned work vehicle. If he can testify to specifically which vehicle it's assigned to based on his knowledge and review, then certainly, but if he's speculating, objection.
All right. I'll sustain its foundation.
Sir, can you explain to Her Honor how it is that you've identified it as Mr. Banfield's vehicle?
The Treasury Inspector General's office assigned it, yes.
And in terms of the documents that you received, what, if anything, were they, what, if anything, identified to Mr. Banfield's Treasury vehicle?
It's a record they keep track of. They have these assigned out to personnel. They pay for the account.
And so in looking at these records, how did you utilize them in your digital forensic analysis?
Well, it's an Easy Pass transponder, so it can be associated with location information, and that's the purpose I used it for on this morning on February 13th.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 241.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
241 in evidence.
And what can you tell from the morning of February 13th, 2023?
So there were 4 entries of on that date, 2 eastbound on the Dulles Toll Road and 2 westbound later on the Dulles Toll Road. These are in East Coast time, so there's no conversion. So the first entry and column B is the transaction date, not to be confused with column A, which is the posting date. So we have an entry that's boxed in green on the morning of the 13th at 6:05 a.m. And it says that this transponder and the vehicle it was in entered the Dulles Toll Road heading in the eastbound direction at the Centerville entry point.
Sorry.
The road just above, they're out of order, is at 612. So line 21 or road 21 shows us that the same transponder and the vehicle in which it was installed passed through the Dulles mainline toll plaza that is near Tyson's or in Tyson's at 6:12 a.m. heading east. Rows 23 and 24 are the corresponding return trip into the main line heading westerly, and then Fairfax Parkway, also heading westerly. Looks like an exit at 11:35. So the transponder was past Tyson's heading east at 6:12 and didn't return until 11:35.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide.
I have a poll posted. Just want to let y'all know. And y'all, please remember to subscribe. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day. Didn't mean to do it twice.
Sir, do you see the slide before you, Defense Exhibit 242?
I do.
And what did you see there?
So these are T-Mobile provided location records for Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular section highlighted is for, again, the morning of February 13th, 2023, and these are in UTC time.
And so what does that convert to?
So the first entry begins at 6:17 a.m. There's a subsequent entry at 6:22 a.m., 6:29 a.m., and then it jumps forward to 10:35 a.m.
And what, if anything, can Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 242?
Any objection?
Judge, I hate to do this, but if you can scroll to the top to show
Sure.
that it's identified as Mr. Banfield's phone.
Certainly can.
And it came all the way down. Thank you. No objection.
All right. That 242 is in evidence.
Sir, the highlighted portion is what you were previously identifying?
It was, yes.
Okay. And just pointing out, let's see if I can move it up just a little bit more. Pointing out the columns, column E, what is that?
Column E is the date and time of the beginning of this particular session that T-Mobile logged, and the to the right towards column M is the location of the cell tower that handled this data transmission.
And this was in UTC time,
These are all in UTC time.
so subtract 5 hours?
Correct.
And what, if anything, can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based upon these records?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at or near the residence at the time of the Gmail logins or the FetLife messages we saw on previous slides.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Your Honor, this would be identified as Exhibit Defense Exhibit 242. Oh, I'm sorry, 243. Let me move on to.
Okay, I need to let you know that for those of you who are just joining and did not see this, the judge unleashed on the attorneys, even though it was earmarked for the defense because of what she said, about the fact that they need to keep up with their own evidence numbers. They need to, she kind of unleashed on them Friday before everybody went home due to the snow and everything. She did. And I don't think it did much good because he's still fumbling over his own evidence. It's not her job to keep up with the evidence. It's his job. And he's failing at it miserably. That was my pet peeve with him last week.
Defense Exhibit 243. Sir, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and this is, explain what that is showing there on the screen.
It's still just, the PDF is not open.
Thank you. These are AT&T wireless records that correspond to Mr. Banfield's work-issued mobile device. So the same kind of records as we just saw with T-Mobile, this is AT&T for a different phone.
Sir, I'm going to scroll to the highlighted portions and have you identify them. And these are the documents that you received from the Commonwealth in discovery?
They are. I believe these were obtained also with a search warrant.
That's a good point. It could
So
be.
can you see the screen?
I can.
And are these documents that were utilized in your digital forensics analysis?
They are.
And what's the significance of this particular screen?
And this is the AT&T wireless corresponding location information from Mr. Banfield's IRS phone. And this particular page is location information for February 13th, 2023 at 10:13 in the morning.
Here, I move that in as defense exhibit number 243.
Any objection?
No objection.
243 evidence.
Sir, I'm on page 1602 of 1,757 records. What particular columns were of interest to you in your analysis?
So on the left-hand side, obviously, we have the date and time in UTC. Far to the right, we have Latin long coordinates for the cell location, and that is what I was looking at for my analysis, the actual physical location.
And sir, do you need me to scroll up?
I don't. I'm fine with this.
Okay. And this was part of your analysis as to the whereabouts of Mr. Banfield on February 13th?
At least his devices, yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you conclude based upon what you've presented?
That Mr. Banfield's easy passing vehicle, his personal phone, and his work phone were in Maryland from a period about 6:49, 6:50 through after 10 a.m. on the morning of February 13th.
Here, now I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, can you identify that slide?
Again, it's just a Google map with the timing of the FetLife exchanges annotated.
And sir, what is this exhibit intending to show?
I was intending on annotating the location of the various devices and times that I analyzed, just to show sort of a east to west progression of the devices that morning.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 244 and move it into evidence.
Any objection?
Judge, in its current format, it contains annotations that have not been created by the witness in court, so we would object.
What's your objection then? Foundation?
Hearsay.
Excuse me?
Hearsay. It's an out-of-court statement.
All right.
Your Honor, I believe that he's already testified to these FetLife exchanges, which are just the timing of it. And the intent is to show the travel, which we've taken away from the previous.
So,
example.
Judge, this is the same problem we had with the graph exhibits.
Yep.
Counsel.
All right, I'll sustain the
Objected to.
objection.
Sir.
okay, let me explain that. Even though he's using a piece of evidence that has notation or connotations or whatever that were not made directly by him, thus he cannot put it in for the truth of the matter of fact or for anything because he's not the one who made those notations on there. Got to bring the person who did.
At the time of the FetLife exchanges, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where Mr. Banfield's devices were at the relevant times?
They were in vicinity of Cheltenham, Maryland.
And what's in Cheltenham, Maryland?
The Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
And the previous slides that we were talking about, let me reference those. Defense Exhibit 186, what are those?
These are the FetLife messages that were sent on the morning of February 13th, 2023.
And sir, at the time that the FetLife, Defense Exhibit 239, was that one of the FetLife exchanges?
Judge, asked and answered. We've been through these exhibits.
All right, I'll sustain as asked and answered.
Okay. Sir, let's move on to January 23rd. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Defense Exhibit 245. Sir, can you identify that slide and what it contains? Actually, just identify it as something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis.
It is. This is part of the Google responsive documentation I received through a stipulation reflecting a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account on January 23rd.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 245.
No objection.
245 in evidence.
Sir, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these three columns are based upon your analysis of January 23rd, 2023.
Yeah, so on the left, just reflecting the login history, the highlighted row in the middle is the one we're discussing here, January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:22 p.m. On the right, we see the IP address, which is the Banfield residence. It's a login. And in the evidence information, we're confirming that this is to the CBRN 920 Gmail account.
And these are artifacts that you analyzed relating to January 23rd?
They are.
And what's the significance of January 23rd in terms of the devices?
In this particular instance, it is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which is, obviously relevant given the nature of the investigation.
Here, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Sir, can you identify that?
These are outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield, all from the similar time frame, January 23rd, 2023, around 11:30 p.m.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 191.
It's already in evidence.
Okay. And sir, what's the significance of these messages relating to the timing of the devices?
Just that they were happening about the same time as the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
Here, I'm going to move on to what will be identified as Defense Exhibit 247. Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 247?
Again, you have to open the Excel spreadsheet.
I'm sorry.
You have to open the Excel spreadsheet. It just says Excel on here. There you go.
Your Honor, actually, I think we identified the spreadsheet independently in this. This would be Defense Exhibit 248.
Right, this is the first time we've seen
Okay.
248.
Okay.
So we are skipping 247.
Yeah,
It is not
247
being
was
offered.
the icon. That was
Yeah,
the.
246,
Okay.
246 and 247, or 248.
Let me just clarify, Your Honor. 246 was already, I'm sorry. That was 191.
191 is in evidence.
247 was just the icon, Judge, and I think that's,
Okay, so 248 is where we're at.
yes.
Okay.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. This is a screenshot of the full document, which is 247, which is a large spreadsheet provided by Google in response to a Commonwealth search warrant or law enforcement search warrant. This is Google's geofence location, that is geolocation information pursuant to Mr. Banfield's mobile device. And it runs from, I think, January 18th through February 20th. And it's 20 or 30,000 rows of data.
Your Honor, I'm going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 248.
Any objection?
Judge, can I just voir dire?
Okay.
That might make it easier. Mr. Lidsky, I'm looking at what appears to be a screenshot of an inset, something you clicked on. If I look at the header at the very top of the screen, is that the root document from which you have pulled this screenshot?
It is.
Okay,
and-
so Google search warrant return 6923, specifically location for Brendan Banfield at gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
No
you.
objection.
All right, 248 in evidence.
Sir, I'm going to try to find the portion that you relied upon.
This is just a screenshot, so it's not going to move. I think on the next slide,
Okay.
you may have that.
What's the significance of the documents in Defense Exhibit 248?
So again, these are the responsive documents provided by Google. They provide location information for the device on which this data was collected. That is Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This screenshot is just at the very start of the spreadsheet, so it shows the column headings and the information that Ms. Sands just ran through. And above that, we see the folder structure as it was provided in Discovery.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 249. I'd move that into evidence.
Any objection, 249?
No, ma'am.
249 in evidence?
Sir, what, if anything, did you review relating to this particular screen of the Google return?
Yeah, so this is just a screenshot of the same records now advanced to the particular day in question. That is January 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:35 p.m. Obviously, these records are in UTC and require our 5-hour conversion.
And so what's the accurate time with that conversion?
11.
Asked and answered. He testified as 11:35.
Sustained.
What's the significance of this, sir?
This reflects the position of Mr. Banfield's device on that date and time.
And what, if anything, can you opine about his position at that point?
His device was not home.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide.
All right.
I'm sorry, that 249 is in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Sir, can you identify Exhibit 250?
This is just a Google map with an icon of the Banfield residence and its approximate location.
And what, if anything, can you, in terms of this map and the previous data forensics, digital forensics that you looked at, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty relating to this map?
Again, that Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during the relevant period of the Gmail login or the FetLife messages. I'm able to annotate his approximate location on here corresponding to the Google location information if desired.
Your Honor, can we have him identify, based upon his analysis, where on this map Mr. Banfield was at the time?
If you want to have a market, it's fine.
Yes.
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Thank you.
That's an interesting question. Why would you ask the judge that? You can. It's whether it's objected to or not is going to be the question. I think he was afraid she was going to object, so he went ahead and put it in form of a question to the judge.
So there were two entries about here. I have these logged at 11:19 and 11:21 respectively. And then one just short of home, sort of in the neighborhood at 11:29 p.m. on the night of the 23rd.
And what's the relevant login for the Gmail?
If we could go back a few slides, my apologies.
Just let me know. Your Honor, do I, in order to preserve that slide,
Do you want to mark that as 250A
Can we do 250A, Judge?
and print it? Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Commonwealth's or Defense Exhibit 250A.
250 and 250A.
Judge, is there any way for the witness to identify the times? There, we have 3 different times associated with 3 different circles, but nothing to clarify from this exhibit.
All right. Can you just put the times maybe under the statements, please?
Of course.
And then once the times are there, there's no objection, 250 or 250A?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And those are all PM.
Let's print that one. Okay. Should be able to clear it down. Yes.
Am I able to move the
You
exhibit?
can move
Judge?
it, yes.
Okay.
It just-
Has this witness lost y'all yet? Anybody else,
Sure, let me
anybody
know.
following this, or was everybody lost? Let me know if you're lost or you're able to follow this.
There's fine. So
I'm hanging on with the toenail.
we could see, so the last annotation before Mr. Banfield's device arrived home was 11:29 PM. We can see here that the login to the alleged suspect Gmail account was at 11:22 PM. And if you advance one slide, please, we can look at the FetLife messages as well. So we can see here, there was one at 11:28 PM and the second at 11:35 PM.
And sir, what can you conclude to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty on as to the digital forensic analysis on that day?
That Mr. Banfield's mobile device was not at the house at the time the Gmail account was logged into, the alleged suspect Gmail account was logged into, and was not at the house at the time where at least one FetLife outbound message was sent.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide. Sir, let's talk about January 30th. And on to the next slide, Judge.
If I was the prosecution, the light bulb just went off, y'all. Do you know that I could use my phone to access my computer? I can set up remote access to my computer, to my iPad, to all of that stuff. So if I can do that, so can he. So his device and him may be, this is so dull. I know, Vanessa, but it's important. Dull, but important. Lost by boredom. I'm sorry, but thank you all for sticking in with me. I appreciate it. But let's think of it this way. He could, because of his job, he would know how to do this, be able to use his phone to remote access his computer. Her computer. I mean, she's asleep. He has access to her computer. He knows the passwords. Hey, Joe! Morning, y'all. Taking off from LAX. Catch y'all on the flip side. Be safe. Have a nice ride. I know. Don't be drunk, boo. It's okay to have a mimosa, but don't be drunk on that flight. It'll be miserable if you are. For you or for them. Somebody would be miserable. I have to go in the background while I work. Well, thank you for doing that, boo. I really appreciate it. But like I said, the thing is that you can remote access. So I could be in California with Joe Schmo at the LAX airport, right? I could be at the airport, and I can, if I have everything set up right, I can remotely access my computer. And it is not that hard, y'all. Just saying. Way back in the day, we had remote access on computers because my ex would be at one computer at home and he would have to, I mean, I don't know how he did it, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. You can remote access and he would know how.
Defense Exhibit 251. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this slide?
This is another Google responsive document showing a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, which occurred on January 30th, 2023 at approximately 10:36 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 251.
Any objection?
No objection.
251.
Your Honor, we move on to the next slide. Sir, can you see the slide before you?
Yep.
I can.
And,
It is possible.
What, if anything, did you rely on in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
This is another piece of the Google responsive documents. It's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023, now at 11:03 p.m. This is a login, another login to the CBRN 920 at Gmail account. That's the alleged suspect Gmail account. So we have two logins this evening.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 252.
Any objection?
No objection.
252.
Your Honor, I move on to the next slide.
All right.
Sir, can you identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 194?
It's already in evidence.
Yes, thank you.
So yeah, these are two outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield's from the same evening, January 30th, 2023 at 10:47 and 10:58 p.m. respectively.
And what's the significance of those times related to the previous artifacts that you've analyzed and testified to the jury about?
It's the same evening around the same time.
All right, move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 247. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 248.
248 is already in evidence.
Sir, can you identify, I'm sorry, you said it was already in evidence?
It's already in evidence.
Sir, what is this artifact in terms of your digital forensic analysis?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
Hey guys, I gotta go make Monkey Butt her breakfast. It's time for her to eat, and I'll be right back. I'm still listening.
What, if anything, actually, if you've already testified to it, I'll move on to the next one. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 255.
Okay.
Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And what's the significance of this particular exhibit for your digital forensic analysis?
These are the same Google responsive geolocation records aligned with Mr. Banfield's personal mobile device. This is just a different, we're looking at it here for January 30th, 2023.
And in terms of the previous slide, 248, is that for the same time frame?
No, this is just the records themselves showing the attribution and their original location.
Your Honor, I move into evidence Defense Exhibit 255.
Any objection?
No objection.
255?
Move to Defense Exhibit 250, Judge.
250 is in evidence.
Already in evidence. Sir, in terms of the previous analysis that you've done in the documents and the records, can you explain how that, what 250 is relating to your analysis?
This is just a Google map showing the approximate location of the Banfield residence. And I can annotate the location from the prior two slides if so desired.
Okay. Go ahead and mark the locations that you've identified in your analysis.
May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Like it's 250B.
250B, yes. And sir, can you explain your annotations to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, these are just the approximate locations corresponding to the records we reviewed, showing where Mr. Banfield's mobile device was on the evening of the 30th.
Okay, and those are the, what's the relevant time relating to the digital activity?
If we could go back a couple of slides.
Before you do.
Yeah,
You want to
yeah.
print this as 250?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And I see no objection, 250?
No objection.
Okay.
Judge, I won't go back until you tell me.
Okay, it's almost done. There you go. Now you can go back.
Let me know, sir.
So this is fine. We can see both here. So again, we can see that we had a Google login to the suspect Gmail account at 10:36. We had a second one at 11:03. And if we go forward one, we have FetLife exchanges, outbound FetLife exchanges at 10:47 and 10:58. And then, as I just annotated, at 10:52, Mr. Banfield's device was in Reston, nearer to the Lifetime Fitness location than it was to the residence.
Sorry, Judge.
That's right.
Let's move on to February 7th, 2023. Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is going to be Defense Exhibit 257. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And what, if anything, does that, what, if anything, did you look at in your digital forensic analysis, and is it showing on this slide?
Google responsive record showing another login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, this one on February 7th, 2023 at 10:02 p.m.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 257.
Any objection?
No objection.
257 in evidence.
And how does this tie into the events of February 7th?
Just reflecting that there was a login to the suspect Gmail account on this date at this time.
And just as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the relationship between the logins to the Gmail account and the other accounts that are used?
So the Gmail account was used to set up and kick off the other two accounts. However, we have established, I have established that there were recurring logins to the Gmail account for things like account maintenance, email inbox deletion, inbox review of new messages, things of that nature.
Here, I'm going to move to the next slide, which I believe we've previously had Defense Exhibit 199. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'd move 257 into evidence.
257 is in evidence. Already,
Is it,
yes, we already moved it in.
has it already been shown to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
All right,
Defense
back to
ag-
199, which is in evidence, okay.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what's the significance of this in terms of timing on the other items that you've shown?
These are the outbound FetLife messages from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield on February 7th, 2023, around the same time as the Gmail login we were just discussing at 10:08, 10:12, and 10:15.
Here, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 247.
.248 is already in evidence.
Yes. Sir, what is this in relation to your,
Judge asked and answered.
what's a different, I think it's a different day, Judge, so it's a different question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's the significance of your analysis of this particular record that's already into evidence as Defense Exhibit 248?
This was actually just to illustrate the record itself. I believe the next slide is the one with the
You're going to move to
corresponding location information.
Defense Exhibit 260. Sir, do you identify that?
I do, yes.
And what is this document?
This is, again, the Google responsive geolocation information associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This is for the reflective of the evening of February 7th, 2023 at approximately 10:12 p.m.
All right, I move that in as Defense Exhibit
Any
260.
objection?
No objection.
260.
Sir, is that highlighted box support what you just testified to?
It does. That's one of the corresponding points.
What other points were you looking at in that document?
The one immediately below it at 3:12 and 49 seconds Zulu. So that would be about 10:13 p.m. on the evening of the 9th. The one above it as well. All three rows, 16309, the highlighted one, and 16311 are actually identical geolocation points,
Okay.
stationary.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 261. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do. This is a Google map, traditional or default map view with the Banfield House approximate location. Also included is a satellite view of a related area on this map as well, which correspond to the geolocation points I just mentioned on the previous slide.
And are you able to, based upon the previous slide, identify where the geolocation of the device that you were analyzing is?
I am,
Okay.
yes.
And can you mark on the map where that was?
I can. May I refer to my notes again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, may we move this in as Defense Exhibit 261?
Any objection?
No objection.
261.
So those three stationary points are right down here at the bottom of the map. They were from 10:10 to 10:13. And it turns out, as we can see from the image on the right, it's at a gas station, not terribly far from home. And that would explain, in my experience in training, the stationary nature of the three successive location points.
And what's the significance of the login and any communications on FetLife and the timing?
And Mr. Banfield's device was not at home during any of that activity.
Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 261A.
No objection.
No objection. Okay, 261A, just give us a moment to print it. All right, while we're printing that, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Carroll?
Yes. thank
Okay,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess of 15 minutes. Again, do not talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, okay?
Yeah, I'm here. I made eggs for breakfast this morning. And I just fed Nala, and now it's my turn. So I'll wait.
And again, sir, since you're still testifying, do not discuss the case with anybody or your testimony. And Mr. Carroll, if you could grab those printed sheets from below you, I'd appreciate it. And we'll come back then at 11:45, okay?
Okay, so we're going to zoom and put it on mute. She does come on usually in the evenings. It's really hard to get her out of the cage during the day because if I get her out right now, she'll be out all day. So she does come out sometimes. So next time my son has a day off, we will get her out on the live. But every once in a while, she makes an appearance at night. I can show you pictures. Now think of it this way. Cats don't have fingers, but Nala has fingers and dexterity. And there are flashing lights, so many buttons to push and make. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is so true. When she gets in here, she gets very overstimulated. Avocado toast with everything, seasoning, topping. Oh, I would love an avocado right now. But with that said, she has been on before, poquito, because it is very stimulating, and she will pop. She got out of the cage. She can jailbreak the cage with a padlock, and so unfortunately, she got into my son's bedroom and popped all the keys off his keyboard and destroyed a $300 keyboard. Yeah, that was not so good. Let me see something. Let me see if I can do something. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's see if I can come in and StreamYard. Let me turn off my heater. It's getting a little warm in here. Okay. I am on. There's Monkey Butt. Thank you, Miss June. There's pictures of Monkey Butt. Okay, Miss June, I'm going to go and see if I can Okay. I'm going to have it echo. Hold on. Good morning. Hi, the monkey butt. Did you eat all your food? Yeah, her food goes up here. There's some egg. Yeah. Well. Okay. What did you think about monkey butt? Oh, actually, she loves her cage. She does. She will run back into her cage. I mean, when she gets tired, it's like, Mom, I'm ready to go to bed. Bye. Monkey butt's not in jail. She looks like it, though. She's all like, that be my monkey butt. But we'll get her out. It's one way to show. Oh, by the way, the kitty demanded to go outside, so I let Soxy outside. It's cold, but she's a ragdoll cat. She's got like 3 layers of fur on. It's 41 degrees. So we'll see how long she lasts. June, did that bless you? Did that bless you, June? They're deconstructing my neighbor's yard, and I'm hearing, or I feel hammering. Hey, June, just had an idea. What if I did the goal thing, and if we meet the goal on YouTube, I'll teach you guys a dirty sign language word. I'll teach you sign language. I'll teach you a word in sign language. I teach everybody a word in sign language. What do you think? Most everybody just wants to learn the bad words, but I'll teach good words. Yeah. You know, I have a friend who's deathly afraid of monkeys. And I'm coming off screen because I'm trying to eat my eggs before they get cold. I am. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. We're going to do this. We're going to see. All right, here we go. Here's the super chat goal. There we go. I'll teach you a bad word and a clean word. I won't just do bad words. I got to do both. I'll teach you a bad word and a clean word. All righty. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, now they do. Matthew and I, this is our normal evening routine. I'm dishing on myself. When my son gets home, he'll get her out. She's a little bit better behaved for him than she is me when coming out of the cage, but we'll get her out at night. We'll go in my bedroom. Matt and I will be on the bed. She's on the bed. She's hopping and playing with us. And the cat will hop up on the bed and curl up with us. And she just ignores the cat. Every once in a while, she'll go over there and start grooming the cat. That's Mama Kitty, Soxy, the 16-year-old, because she grew up with that cat. The other cat, it's like, bitch, please, you ain't getting on this bed. I will attack you. So, yeah, because the other cat, we've only had a year. I'm going to put my dishes away. I'll be right back.
Okay, then I need to ask her to just lead it. Because at this point.
All right, your next question.
Thank you, Aaron. So let's move on to February 17th, 2023. I'm going to ask you to identify Defendant Exhibit 262. Can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. This is the Google responsive records showing the account login. This one in particular is on February 17th, 2023 at approximately 11:20 p.m. And this is to the alleged suspect Gmail account.
You're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 262.
No objection.
262 in evidence.
And sir, what's the significance of this slide and the artifacts that it contains?
It's a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account from the Banfield residence.
You're going to move on to slide number, Defense Exhibit 263. Sir, do you identify this exhibit?
I do.
And how is it that you identify this exhibit?
This is another part of the Google responsive records. This is another login, a second login to the same alleged suspect account just 4 minutes later, 11:23 p.m. 3 minutes
You're going to
later.
move that in as Defense Exhibit 263.
Any objection?
No objection.
263.
And what's the significance of that in relation to the previous Exhibit 262?
It's just on the same evening, around the same time.
Here I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 181. I believe that's been introduced into evidence.
181 is in evidence, yes.
Sir, in the context of 262 and 263, have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay, what's the significance in relation to those other logins?
These are two outbound FetLife messages on the same date at about the same time.
And is there any identifying characteristics to these messages?
These are both outbound from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide
All right.
to Defense Exhibit 247. Here, I'm going to move the slide to Defense Exhibit 248.
It's already in evidence. We've been there 4 times, just to let you know.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 248, which has already been introduced into evidence. What's the significance of this
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
related to,
right.
it's a specific date, Judge, if I may.
Judge, the next slide is the
The
specific
next slide will
date.
be the specific date, I think. There we go.
Sir, do you see Defense Exhibit 266?
I do.
And I believe that's been introduced into evidence, Judge?
No.
No, okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Litsky, what is it that we're looking at here? This particular
Lost my
slide?
glasses.
So this is a part of the Google geolocation responsive records associated with Mr. Banfield's mobile device. This particular line highlighted is for the evening of February 17th at about 11:21 p.m.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 266.
All right.
No objection.
266 in evidence.
And what you've just testified to is in the highlighted box?
The highlighted box and the 2 rows after it.
Can you identify those rows that you're referring to for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Particularly, I've crossed it out, that row, which is 11:29 p.m. That row, 2 rows above it. If you look at column E, particularly on row 24887 or 24886 rather, you can see the number 4,684. That's a really large radius. To me, through my training and experience, that is an inaccurate measurement. I don't, I just typically avoid those. I ignore them when I'm doing my analysis. So I'm skipping that row. The row after it is informative, and the row before,
Wait.
2 before the highlighted box.
Are
is
you
also
skipping it because it?
for this?
Are you skipping it because it doesn't prove your theory? I need to find my glasses, my cheaters. That's strange to me. I didn't like that. And if I was on the prosecution side, I'd be jumping up going, what? Objection, Your Honor.
Analysis.
I got to get monkey butt water now. I'll be right back.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 250. And sir, what's the significance of this exhibit as to your analysis?
Objection asked and answered. It's in evidence.
Well, 250 is in evidence, so if you just want to ask him.
Yes. As your analysis that you've previously given to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how does it apply to this particular slide?
Sure. I can annotate the location of Mr. Banfield's mobile device as provided by Google as an approximation, relative to when the device arrived home.
And so, Your Honor, may he annotate with the times as well?
All right, if you want to make it 250C.
250C, yes. And what, if anything, does that indicate?
So that's the last geolocation point reported before the device reports basically in the house, at the house.
And how do you analyze the arrival in the house? What do you look at?
Well, if we go back to the large spreadsheet, we can see coordinates that actually plot to the house itself.
Before we do any sort of moving, is there anything related to your analysis beyond that marking as well as the numbers that are next to it?
So the earlier points were back towards Reston, so I just jumped ahead at the last one before the device registered in the house.
Your Honor.
You can move, it's okay.
Yes. Is that the information you were referring to, sir?
Yes, if I can annotate on this if helpful. But so this whole swath here, 38.9404 and minus 77.4056, those are essentially in the house. So if we look above that, any numbers that differ for those, just as a shortcut, some easy analysis, reflect locations outside of the house, away from the house. So it's fairly easy to look at a spreadsheet like this and just go down the column and where we see the switch over from a different number, bless you, to those to the numbers I just referenced. That's sort of a breaking point of when the device arrived home.
Your Honor, I'd identify that with the markings as Defense Exhibit 266A.
All right.
Sir, is there something else that you were referencing relating to the original map?
No.
Okay. I'll wait until.
Go ahead.
Sir, I'm going to ask you what has previously been marked Defense Exhibit 127.
It's already in evidence.
And sorry, in evidence. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And it's been moved into evidence. What's the significance of the artifact information relating to the picture that's before you?
This is the photo that Mrs. Banfield took of herself on January 17th at 7:20, approximately 7:20 p.m. This photo would ultimately be cropped and uploaded and used on the FetLife website in connection with the account creation there on the same date.
What? Are you believing this guy's stuff? I just got to know. I found my eyelashes too. Girl, I found everything. I found everything I couldn't find before but the glasses I was wearing. Are you guys believing that this, or what is your, where did I get her? Through an organization. She's trained in the house only, not public, to be my hearing monkey inside. She's covered under the Fair Housing Act, or HUD. Capuchin monkeys normally are not allowed in most cities or counties, but she is listed as a assistant animal under the Fair Housing Act. She is trained to wake me up. So when she's sleeping with me and the alarm goes off, she does that kind of stuff. She's amazing. But yeah, but it's like having a 2-year-old. I will not lie. It is like having a 2-year-old that never grows up, but I love her dearly. Yes, please keep the channel growing and subscribe, y'all. Please, please. All right. So, but do you know what? It looks like she's trying on a bathing suit. She could have sent that to her husband and he could have uploaded that. I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this situation with Miss Banfield at this point?
Your Honor,
My
I'm gonna move
sister's
on to
cheaters.
Exhibit 128.
And they're good.
It's already in evidence.
Sir, do you see the slide that's before you that's already been admitted into evidence?
Yeah, this was just when Mrs. Banfield shared the same photo we just saw on the last slide.
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Asked and answered, move
That's
it
the
over.
answer, sustained.
Sir, I think we've already seen this. Let me move on to the next slide, Your Honor, which is Defense Exhibit 299. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
Again,
And what are the, what did you use this exhibit for in your analysis?
this is part of the digital forensic analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This just shows essentially the start of the session. It's a Windows logon event at approximately 9:59 p.m. on January 17th.
Your Honor, I've moved that in as Defense Exhibit 299.
Any objection?
No objection.
299?
And what's the significance of this with the previous exhibits that were put into evidence?
Well, this is Mrs. Banfield's laptop. It's the security identifier associates with her user profile on the laptop, and it's really just the start of a session, basically a logon event. So it's other than being the same date and later in the evening, it doesn't really tie to the first two exhibits.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 300. And sir, what, if anything, did you review and analyze relating to this exhibit?
This is also from Mrs. Banfield's laptop. This is just part of the logon sequence where the laptop is joining the home Wi-Fi on the night of the 17th. I believe we discussed some of this last week. It was just less formal than it is presented here.
And are there individual identifiers as to the logon and as to the time and what the search is?
This is the evening of January 17th. It's also at approximately 9:59. It's within a second or two of the logon event, which is normal. Once we start up our computer, it does a lot in the background to include grabbing a known Wi-Fi if it's in a location.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 300.
Any objection?
No objection.
300?
Your Honor, I'm going to identify as Defense Exhibit 301. Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you utilize of that data in your digital forensics analysis?
it's from the same laptop. It's just showing a Google website visit, opening up probably with Chrome. Again, just a sort of established baseline activity as the computer is starting up.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 301.
Any objection?
No objection.
301?
Sir, can you identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 302?
I can.
And what, if anything, do you recognize this information?
I do.
And what is this information?
This is part of the Google responsive documentation from the search warrant. And this just reflects a Google search that was conducted on the same evening on January 17th, 2023, around the same time, shortly after what we just saw, the computer sort of starting up, or at least Mrs. Banfield's account logging on. This is at 9:59 and 52 seconds. And it's just, the search term was Google search.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 302.
Any objection?
No objection.
302.
Now, sir, what's the significance of this in relation to the other logins and searches that you've discussed in this date frame?
So again, this is a search conducted under Mrs. Banfield's sort of personal account. We can see on the right-hand side, about in the middle, under evidence information, the source, we can see that it's the cbanfieldrn@gmail account, and I'm happy to circle that if it's helpful. So it's
Can you
just
describe where it is on the screen?
yeah, it's on the far right-hand column under the details, a little bit above, I guess, the midway point under evidence information source. And that's where we look to determine which account was registering the activity with Google servers on this date at this time.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 303. And sir, what, if anything, is this in relation to your digital forensic analysis of this date of January 17th, 2023?
So this is a navigation to the Facebook website using Google Chrome on Mrs. Banfield's laptop. And this occurred at 10:01 p.m. on the 17th.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 303.
Any objection?
No objection.
303.
And sir, there's a highlighted portion there. Is that relating to the artifacts on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so whatever is in the middle highlighted will reflect, the details in the right-hand column will reflect that particular entry or that particular artifact.
And I'm going to move to defense exhibit 304. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And there's a highlighted portion down there. What does that relate to?
This is navigation within Facebook on the Facebook server, on the Facebook website, where the user of the laptop navigated to a media attachment within their respective Facebook account.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit 304.
Any objection?
No objection.
304.
Now, sir, the highlighted area correlates with the details and the artifacts in what way?
Basically, for every in the middle, we have rows and columns, not unlike a spreadsheet. And so for what we have on the far right is the same information in the same order, just presented vertically. So we have URL, date visited, title, and we can see the corresponding rows on the far right. So we have title, type count, transition link, visit source, artifact type, and then it cuts off in the middle. But what you see continuing on the right vertically actually extends if I were to scroll over within the digital forensic software, it become too large to present in this view.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, exhibit 305. Oops. Sir, can you see Exhibit 305?
I can.
Can you identify it?
I can.
Is this your work product?
It is.
Your Honor, move that in as Exhibit 305.
Any objection?
No objection.
305?
Sir, what, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that we're looking at and the significance of any of the timing or the particular logins?
Yeah, so this is part of the Google responsive documentation. This is January 17th, 2023 at now approximately 10:03 p.m. And this is a login to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the cbrn920@gmail.com. This came from the Banfield residence from a Windows computer.
And in terms of the timing of the previous logins and what's the significance of 10:03?
These are, I believe, presented in chronological order, and these are in close in time, rapid succession. I think we saw the login to the computer itself at 9:59. 10:01, we're in a Google search, or 10:01, we're into Facebook, downloading media or navigating the media rather, and now 10:03, we're into the Gmail account.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide Defense Exhibit 306. Do you recognize this slide, sir?
I do.
Is this part of the digital forensics that you relied upon
It is.
and examined?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 306.
No objection.
06?
Sir, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about what these artifacts reveal?
This is a downloading of media from Facebook, downloading an image in particular.
And are you able to tell, based upon this, what that image is?
We can see the file name of the image. It's probably easiest in the right-hand column. The second line down is file name. That's the name of the actual image. The download source is part of a more complex, I guess, data point. But this corresponds with the media that was on the on Facebook website viewed just a minute or two earlier.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 307. And sir, do you identify this? Can you identify this slide?
I can.
Okay. And is this something that you worked with in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 307.
No objection.
307?
And sir, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at here.
So these are part of the Google responsive documents. This is the attachment to an email sent from the alleged suspect Gmail account to the alleged suspect Gmail account. It's the same file attachment to this email that was downloaded to the laptop on the previous exhibit.
And so emailing from the same email to the same email, what's the significance of that?
It's a way to send yourself data, send yourself, in this case, a picture.
And what, if anything, can you conclude regarding the artifacts in this slide?
It's the same picture that was downloaded from Mrs. Banfield's Facebook account a minute or so earlier.
Here, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 308. Sir, can you identify this
I can.
exhibit? And what, if anything, did you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
So this is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her phone. And it's just communication occurring at about 10:04 p.m.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 308.
Any objection?
No objection.
308?
And sir, how does this other than the timing of it, fit into the previous slides that you've analyzed?
I mean, the timing to me is most noteworthy. It shows that somebody is awake and using this device at the same time the other device is being used to exchange information that is centric to this investigation.
Here, I'm going to move to defense exhibit number 309. Sir, can you identify this slide?
I can.
And what, if anything, does this show as part of your digital forensic examination?
This is about 40 minutes later in the evening at approximately 10:46 p.m. And this is back on the laptop and the initiation of the Photos app within Windows.
And the timing of that, is that significant relating to your investigation?
And you would know how, honey? Oh my God. You know what? That's a good point, honey. Even if she did have the red room fantasy, it's just a fantasy. And the guy would have been role playing, acting, not actually doing the unaliving. But don't forget, though, that they're also painting it out that she wanted to be unalived in that manner. And yeah, I know. Two scenarios about the New York. He could have said daddy-daughter weekend. Mom was away at work, and the nanny said, "I'm going to take a day off," and she met him in New York, and the mom Christine was no wiser. Or daddy-daughter went to New York. They took the nanny because maybe daddy may have had some work to do while he was there, and the nanny was going to babysit the daughter. There's all kind of scenarios that could be made from this. Vanessa, I have known women who have been that naive. I can't guess, but I will tell you, I have known women who have been that naive. Like my ex. I was with him for 8 years almost. I had no clue. We lived in a huge San Antonio, one of those apartment complexes, 300 units. And we lived in an apartment. I had no idea for 6 of those years he was keeping another woman at the opposite end of the complex. I'm on the north, she's on the south side of the apartment complex. And every day after he'd come home from work, he would get off like at 4 or 5, go to her place, and then tell me he's coming home at 6, or he would say he's going to work in the morning and go see her. I literally had no idea. Not only was he keeping another woman for that time frame, he also had another apartment that he kept with a friend of his that was a fetish apartment. X room is what we would call them now. And that is where he used to, he was a mechanic. He owned his own car lot, used car lot, and a mechanic. And there was a unclothing store, dance store, within a mile of his shop. And unbeknownst to me, I had no idea, and I wasn't keeping my head in the sand, that these women would go over there and get oil and filter changes for free in exchange for oral. Just saying. He who shall not be named, he's deceased now. He was older than me, and he died of cancer. So karma's a bitch. But I say that it was hard. Yep, exactly. So I guess what I'm saying is that sometimes they're just that good. the men are that good at hiding it. Because when he should be home, when he was supposed to be with me on weekends and all that, he was with me. So he kept another woman and he had an ex room. An efficiency apartment means no bedroom, just living area, kitchen, and bathroom. And they turned it into a playhouse. And he and other guys would go over there. Yeah, it was a shack house. And I had no idea until we broke up. So, yeah, I was that naive. Yep. Okay, let's get back in. I got to take.
It is related to the FedLife account creation, yes.
And is that what January 17th is in terms of the connection to this case?
It is, yes.
Here I move this defense exhibit number 309 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
309?
Your Honor, move to the next slide, defense exhibit 310. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And explain, or can you just identify how it was used in your analysis?
This is part of the FedLife response to the search warrant that they received. It's the sort of most complete representation of the document that I can provide. It shows the location of the files provided, the raw files provided by FedLife, and then the particular text file associated with the account creation at FedLife.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 310.
Any objection?
No objection.
310?
And sir, in looking at this slide, which you've identified, is the, can you just guide the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the area where the, you've described each of these things, where it is in the file, what the location information is, and what was received from FedLife?
Sure. The text box to the right of the screen, or the right middle of the screen, is what FedLife actually provides. It's the raw data. It's a little choppy and tough to read. The columns of the associated data that they've collected and are reporting here is at the top. I realize it's wrapped around, which makes it worse, but we can see the user ID that we discussed earlier this morning, 163-63905. That is the user ID associated with this account. We can see sign up is the nature of this action. The verification email, the CBRN 920 account is listed here as well. And then we have the date and time, of course, in UTC. So this is actually on January 17th, 2023 at approximately 10:47 and 56 seconds, so 10:48 p.m.
Here I'm going to move to defense exhibit 311. And sir, do you identify this?
I do.
And along with your analysis of this FetLife image, can you, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 311.
Any objection?
No objection.
311?
Sir, can you explain the layout of this slide and the significance in your investigation?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is even worse than the one before it.
Just objection to the characterization of
I'll
the
sustain
evidence.
the objection.
I'm sorry. This is how FetLife captures the uploading of an image. So we can see JPG or JPEG, which is an image file. We see the date and the time. Aside from that, we see a lot of sizing and elements of the photo itself, the digital image itself, but there's not a lot here to link back to what we're talking about, other than FetLife is acknowledging that an image was uploaded as part of this account.
In terms of what you just said about sizing and the image and things like that, can you just point where that is within that grouping in the text box?
Well, we can see sort of dimensions, original width, format is JPEG, that's a picture file, height, file size. So those are all aspects, those are all metadata of the image that was uploaded itself.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 312.
Right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit 312.
Any objection?
No objection.
312.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of what this artifact and what this slide indicates relating to your digital forensic analysis?
So this is the actual picture that we saw sort of contextually in a raw format from the previous slide. So this is the photo that was uploaded and associated with this account on the evening of January 17th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 3, looks like 14.
314, you said?
Yes, it's number 314.
All right.
Sir, do you identify this, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And does this relate to your analysis as in digital forensics in this case?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 314.
Any objection?
No objection.
314.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury while they have that before them, what it is that you're looking at and what you're relying on in arriving at conclusions with regard to January 17th, 2023?
Yeah, this was just, again, this is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device. This is for context. This is to see at this important time as far as the accounts in play in this investigation are in focus, what was going on with the other devices. And this is just a look into what was happening on Mrs. Banfield's cellular phone at the time that other activity was happening on her laptop.
And the highlighted area is that have a relation to the artifact and the details on the right side of this?
It does. And for timing perspective, this is 10:43 p.m. or approximately 10:43, 10:44 p.m. It appears to be benign, other than it might be informative as to what, we have a user on this device, somebody who's clearly awake. It seems to be benign in the topic, that is the site that was visited, which appears to be shopping.
Judge, I'm sorry. At this point, I would like to object as asked and answered. I mean, my notes reflect that we went over this
Yes, I'll
several days ago.
sustain the
Thank you.
objection. Asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 315. Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensics analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 316.
No objection to the exhibit. Objection is to any questions. We talked about the frozen tickets already.
I understand. So 316 is in evidence.
And sir, in terms of the details in the artifacts, what's significant regarding that?
It's just a continuation. It's just extended use of the device.
And the highlighted areas that reflect directly with the details and the evidence information?
It is. It does.
Sir, based upon the evidence and the analysis that you performed on the digital forensics relating to January 17th, 2023, can you opine as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what was going on with the devices.
That's how you ask the
that
question.
you were talking
Congratulations.
about in these slides.
Well, the laptop was absolutely used for important events or activity related to this investigation. It was part of the
Judge, I'm
kickoff.
going to object to the characterization as important.
Sustained.
It was used
Key moment.
to kick off the FetLife account, which is central to our discussion over these past couple of weeks. The phone is informative as to use, the time of day, and the activity. The activity that's into a true account of Ms. Banfield's, that is the Facebook account, and the suspect account, that is the Gmail account, and the FetLife account are contemporaneous. They're going back and forth within seconds, if not minutes. To me, that's part of my analysis where I don't see a break. I don't see a loss of control of devices.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to take down the question.
Let's move on to February 23rd.
I'm going to take down this question. The poll was, is this testimony helping the defendant? Yes, 12%, 88% said no. Amending the poll. Understand, guys, that I have to be honest and say that if I was a person who didn't do a bunch of crime watching, and if I was a person who didn't have a criminal justice degree and the knowledge that I have, if I was what we call a layperson, I would really be confused right about now about innocent or guilt. I would be on the fence because I believe to some people this will create reasonable doubt. I believe that. To me, if I had to decide right now, if the jury was going to come back innocent, guilty, or hung, I would say hung or not guilty. Just with this testimony. Maybe not the whole picture, but just saying. Not that I agree with this.
Your Honor, identifying, can Your Honor see defense exhibit?
Good
317?
question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, can you see the exhibit 317 defense exhibit on your screen?
I can.
Found my glasses.
And we've moved on to February 23rd, 2023. What if anything did you rely upon in your digital forensic analysis relating to this particular? Well, first of all, let's identify this as you use this information in order to do your digital forensic analysis.
Yes, this is part of what I analyzed.
Your Honor, I've moved this in as defense exhibit number 317.
Any objection?
No objection.
317.
Sir, what, if anything, did you rely upon in examining these artifacts?
This is analysis of Mr. Banfield's mobile device, and it's just a look at some of the activity that was occurring on the evening of February 23rd. And this is between 8:45 p.m. and 9:23 p.m., approximately 9:23 p.m.
All right, move on to defense exhibit number 318. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this something that you analyzed as part of your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, may I move defendant exhibit 318 into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection.
318.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you utilize this information contained in this slide in your digital forensic analysis?
Yeah, this is a similar snapshot, only into the phone of Miss Magalhaes. About the same window in time. This is beginning at approximately 9:24 p.m., down at the bottom through approximately 9:43 p.m. The highlighted entry we can see on the artifact type is a biome user activity. This is the user of this device at essentially 9:35 p.m., 9:34 and 58 seconds, using Instagram at this particular point in time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 319. I'm sorry, Judge, was 317?
Yes, 318 is in evidence.
Was in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just saw, I didn't
Okay,
see the
that's fine.
three. Sir, can you identify this as Defense Exhibit 319?
Again,
Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 319.
Any objection?
No objection.
Sir, if you can, explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the way the slide is broken up, what the significant elements relating to your digital forensic analysis is.
This is part of the same sort of multi-device analysis across around this time period. So this is Ms. Banfield's mobile device. At the top, there's activity at about 8:51 p.m. and at the bottom there's 9:25. I think, not to telegraph the next slide, but I think it continues. But same thing, we're just looking at what each respective device was doing at this time.
And the highlighted portion relates directly to the artifact information that's on the right-hand side?
It does, and I think I only highlighted that one to show where the screen cuts off to set up the next slide. It doesn't hold significance otherwise, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, I move to Defense Exhibit 320. Sir, can you identify that?
I can, yeah.
Is that
This is,
something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 320.
Any objection?
No objection.
320.
Mr. Litsky, can you explain to the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury what the significance of this particular artifact and the results that you're showing on this slide?
Yeah, so this is just a continuation of the activity we were looking at on the previous slide. This particular data set not only shows this time on this date, but this is focused on communication. The highlighted artifact, which I think is the same one from the previous slide, I've found is something related possibly to Mrs. Banfield's work. But again, this is really just showing a sort of a bit of what I'd call a nonstop or continuous activity in the time frame reflected. That is here from about 9:25 p.m. through about 9:40 or 9:41 p.m.
And if you can just describe, you indicated that you found something that could possibly be linked to Ms. Banfield's work. What were you talking about?
Well, the particular artifact.
Okay, guys, I'm going to stop right there. If they have evidence or proof that Ms. Banfield or whoever is on the computer was accessing work proprietary programs, were talking to coworkers from her job, communicating with anything with her job, that right there is your reasonable doubt, because that is probably most likely something that he is not going to have access to. But then again, he is an agent. Just saying. I would say that if this is going where it looks like it's going to me, you guys, we just have reasonable doubt that it really was Miss Banfield, and he did not red room her.
That's highlighted. You can see over on the right, is an exchange with a contact name that has ANOVA PICU in it. I'm familiar with that as where she was working.
Now, February 23rd is significant in terms of your analysis. How?
February 23rd is obviously the night before the incident. On the morning of the 24th, there was telegram activity, substantial telegram activity on the night of the 23rd. There was FetLife activity on the night of the 23rd. There were multiple login events on the night of the 23rd. I'm sure I'm missing something, but those come to mind.
We'll carry on. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 321.
Now, I did have a thought, and here's my thought. What if the au pair found that this guy and her doing it? Say she really did have FetLife, say all that is true. And the au pair contacts him and they still commit the red room themselves, but she did do the FetLife thing. That's what I'm kind of trying to wrap my head. Wait, did Ada say proves reasonable doubt? I agree with you, Ari, on that, but I'm just saying, if I'm a juror who has no true understanding of law, I'm a normal, everyday postal worker type thing. Nothing wrong with that. And I'm listening to this guy, I'm going to think this, what he's about to say may prove reasonable doubt. If he's going where I think he's going, he's going to say that there's no way that she could be logged into her work account, and there's no way somebody else could be logged into her work account and logging in to her and logging in to the other stuff at the same time and it not be her. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that there is a chance that that's how this is being presented. Now, we still have cross to do, and she's going to nail his butt. But I think he set up Juliana and ultimately took the blame for it all. He's not taking the blame. Juliana threw it all on him. She did. Reasonable doubt isn't just any doubt. Well, I understand. I'm saying this is what they're hoping, the defense, is to pin this as the reasonable doubt. I think all of this stuff that we've been dredging through comes to this moment here. Can't get over the fact that Brendan was at McDonald's and chilled, so happened, yeah. That was a little suspicious to me. Hello. I don't know if it does. I think you're right. And at this point, does the catfish, Rachel K., I don't know if it does. In all honesty, I really don't know. To me, the thing is whether she invited him over for a EPAR fantasy and she and he got caught, and the defendants, him and Juliana, took that opportunity to unalive them both. That's a possibility. I agree with you, Ari, on that. I think you're right. I think that Juliana did flip because BB was going to throw her under the bus. Exactly. And so, but she does have information that no one else has had. So we'll continue to watch, but this is getting interesting, y'all.
Sir, can you identify Defense Exhibit 321?
I can.
And is that something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 321.
Any objection?
No objection.
321.
Sir, if you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, obviously there's a highlighted portion, but how does that interact with the artifacts and the evidence information that's on the right-hand side?
Yeah, so, my analysis at this on this particular date at this particular time, my analysis showed that all relevant devices were at home. So we have what I believe is 3 adults in the house. We have 4 devices that are in focus here, 3 mobile phones and a laptop. This is the laptop, and we're looking at about the same period of time here. This first artifact is at approximately 9:34 p.m. and the last one that's visible on this slide is 10:22 p.m.
And who's the owner of the laptop?
This is Ms. Banfield's laptop.
Okay. Here, I'll move on to defense exhibit.
But like I did say earlier in this trial, and I said earlier in this trial that how many of us actually, I don't always turn off my laptop. If I'm coming, when I had an office and I was coming home, I was at my son's office and I had my laptop there and I'm coming home. A lot of times I would just close it down. I wouldn't turn it off. I'd just close it. And then I would come home, throw it on the bed or wherever, and then hours later come in and open it back up. Now, Juliana says that they would, when Christina would go to sleep, she's worked 12-hour shift. She's got to get up again, do another 12. She'd go to bed early. Then one of them, she said both of them had done it, but one of them would go to her backpack and pull out the laptop, open it up, and they knew the password. The husband probably may have known it. Or Juliana may have stood over her shoulder and watched her type it. Not hard to do. When you live with people, it's easy to do that. And they open it up and her work stuff is already on window. It's been running in the background. And you open it up, you unlock it, and all that stuff pops up. Then you click over to the FET site and you're there. Now that to me is a logical explanation on how somebody else could be on her computer with a business window open and open up the FET Life and be able to both of those be running on the computer at the same time. Does that make sense? I hope it did.
Exhibit 322.
Where my mind's going.
Sir, can you identify that?
I can.
Is that something that you utilized in?
Yes, but my children know my passwords to everything. And I do that for my own, if something happens to me, they can access. But when I was married, he knew mine and I knew his.
For digital forensic analysis in this case.
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 322.
And congratulations, attorney. You're keeping your numbers up in
Sir, if
order.
can
Thank you.
Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what it is we're looking at and the relationship between the highlighted portion and the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side.
Of course. So this is part of the Google responsive records. As part of this investigation, Google logged this particular search, this Google search from, and this is associated with Ms. Banfield's true name account, the C. Banfield RN at Gmail account. We could see on the source information over on the right-hand column about midway down. And this is a search for kid-friendly resorts in the Dominican Republic. This was on February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 9:34 and 15 seconds. If you care to back up one slide, we'll see this corresponds to what we saw on the laptop. Should be within a second or two.
Okay, let me see if I can do that.
Judge, I'll stipulate that they're the same time.
All right. They're stipulated.
So this is corroboration that the activity on the laptop is what actually happened on Google servers.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defendant's exhibit 323.
Do you know why he's
Sir,
able
can
to
you
keep up?
identify this slide?
Do you know why he's keeping up with the exhibits today, y'all? Do you know why? It's because the judge told him that they needed to have everything pre-stickered and numbered before the day of trial. So he's already has them. He's numbered them. They're already done. He's doing his job. Why didn't Christine see the FetLife stuff on her laptop? Because if you're smart, and even I know this, and what I mean by smart, you have computer savvy more than the regular Joe Blow, which this guy did, is that I can go on to, say, my mom's computer at her home, and I can go in and I can say, go to a website and I don't want my mom to know I'm there, I can clear that from them. I can close that out. And unless she types in the word FetLife, it's not going to pop back up. So as long as they close the window and fully close it out, she may not be able to see it unless she searches for it, in my humble opinion.
Again,
And is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
it is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 323.
Any objection?
No objection.
323?
Now, sir, there's a highlighted portion which, does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right?
It is. This was another Google search initiated by the user of this device on this evening.
And what, if anything else, is significant in terms of your analysis?
Well, the timing, of course, the evening of the 23rd at 9:34 p.m. The theme, we're searching, a different search string, but for resorts in the Dominican Republic.
Well, that
Move
doesn't
on to
sound like,
Defense Exhibit 324.
who do you think would make those searches? Who in that household would have made those searches? I don't know. The nanny? Yes, you can. So I'm told.
Sir, can you see Defense Exhibit 324?
I can.
And is this something you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 324.
Any objection?
No objection.
324.
Sir, there's a highlighted portion. Does that correspond with the artifact information, evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does. These are the Google responsive records.
Wait. I just thought of something. You can, and don't they have like on our cell phones, you can do what's called a private mode in your searches, which means your computer will still see, it's still logged into the computer, sort of. Yeah, but it makes it harder for viewers to see. I wonder if they did it under the private search.
Similar to what we saw in 322, just confirming that the user of this device, Miss Banfield's laptop, conducted this search.
And what's the significance of the information that's provided there?
Search term was 21, or the visited website was 21 best family resorts in the Dominican Republic for 2023. It was a search that was conducted at 9:34 and 33 seconds p.m.
Your Honor, we move on to Defense Exhibit 325. Sir, is this a different device?
This is.
And sir, is this something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move in Defense Exhibit number 325.
Any objection?
No objection.
325.
Sir, what, if anything, can you explain to the jury as to the highlighted portion, the device that was being used, and the significance of the content of the artifacts?
So again, same evening, February 23rd, at about 9:34 p.m. It looks like it's part of a group exchange. Seems to be it's possibly related to a work, a bulletin board reference. This is from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 326.
And
Sir,
I would have to say this guy being an agent would have access to knowledge on how to do all this. And here's what I think he could have done this himself, but still made it look like it was her, because he had orchestrated this. He knew to change his routine before. He knew what he needed to do to try to not get caught. So it wouldn't surprise me if his work knowledge and training and others gave him the ability to do this and make it look like her, in my humble opinion.
Can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And is this something that you rely upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 326.
Any objection?
No objection.
326.
Sir, is this the laptop?
It is.
Okay, and what if anything relating to the highlighted portion and the artifacts that you're showing on the right-hand side?
So this is an activation of the Telegram app at 9:35, approximately 9:35 p.m. on the evening of the 23rd. We just looked at other devices at 9:34 and change. They were engaged in Google searches for resorts in the Dominican, on the phone, text messages with friends or colleagues. And now we have Telegram activation in use on the laptop at 9:35 and 16 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defendant's exhibit number 327. I'm sorry, did I introduce that into
Yes,
evidence?
it's in
Okay,
evidence.
sorry. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
Is that a digital artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is. It's just a close-up, more detail of the Telegram information from the previous slide.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 327.
Any objection?
No objection.
327.
Sir, if you can, what is it that's significant to you as a digital forensic examiner as to the artifact information and the information on this slide?
Well, Telegram use is of obvious import to me. That was a central component to the investigation or my review and analysis. The timing also contemporaneous to the other activity we observed across devices from associated with the three users in this investigation. This particular activation only ran for about 2 minutes. We see a start and end time. So Telegram was active from 9:35 and 16 seconds to 9:37 and 5 seconds. So just under 2 minutes.
And this was on the laptop?
This is from the laptop, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to what will be marked as defense exhibit 328.
All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And where does this originate from?
This is from the Telegram exchange that I believe was extracted by Detective Miller from Mr. Ryan's phone.
And what, if anything, Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 328.
Any
Yay,
objection?
you caught
No,
yourself.
328.
And sir, this is well, what if anything is significant about this towards your analysis as to the digital forensics analysis in this case?
So with the blue text exchange or the blue message exchange on the left-hand side dated February 24th, 2023 at 2:35 and 47 seconds a.m. That's what corresponds the timing. If we back our 5 hours out, that is 9:35 from the previous evening. So this particular exchange corresponds with the Telegram activation we saw on the laptop. The message immediately after as well.
Are you able to identify the parties here?
The green account, which is a message from the previous day, is associated with Mr. Ryan's device. The blue are messages associated with the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield.
And is there significance? Well, what's the device that appears with both parties?
There's not a device attribution available to us on this particular slide, but there's a correlation between Telegram. We have Telegram active on the laptop, and we have these messages at the same time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the slide to what will be Defense Exhibit 213, which I think has already been introduced.
213 is in evidence.
And sir, you reviewed this, I guess, conversation on FetLife?
I did.
Was that part of your analysis?
On Telegram,
I'm sorry, on Telegram.
yes.
What, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of these artifacts?
This is the next page from the previous slide, so it's just a continuation. We see, if we recall, that Telegram was active from 9:35 to 9:37.
Jane, the look of boredom. I'm sorry. Do I really look that bored? I am doing. Let me show you guys what I just did. I'm Bible coloring. I'm not bored. Actually, when I'm really trying to focus on something, a lot of times I do stuff with my hands. I don't know why it helps me to focus. When my hands are going, I'm absorbing more. And I also have my iPad down here, so I'm reading and coloring at the same time. Looking up right now, it's like bright and squinty. Oh, it's not your bad. That's horrible. I shouldn't look bored on my own channel.
The 4 blue box messages from the
We're hoping when this guy gets off, he'll testify.
previous slide and the 2 here, or the 2 from the previous slide and 2 here line up with that timing.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 330. Sir, can you identify this slide?
Again,
And is this related to your analysis in digital forensics, your digital forensic analysis in this case?
it is.
And there's a highlighted portion there. Well, Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 330.
Any objection?
No objection.
330.
Sir, can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a highlighted portion. Does that relate to the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It is. This is back to the laptop. So this is a continuation of the website activity that was occurring on the laptop on this particular date and time. If we look actually at the first 5 rows, and there's some repetition here, but we see activity. We see the kid-friendly resort search. We see the 21 best family resort searches that we discussed earlier, both at 9:34, 17 seconds apart. And then we have a gap. We saw Telegram being used from 9:35 to 9:37. And then here, this highlighted artifact in 9:37 and 45 seconds, we have what I would call an immediate resumption of the vacation destination searches right after the Telegram conversation was completed and the Telegram app was closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 331. Sir, can you identify that slide?
I can.
And is that something that was related to your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 331.
Any objection?
No objection.
331.
Sir, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just explain the significance of this artifact and the matching results.
So this is a continuation of the slide before. And if we look at the overall, picture that is developing from the laptop, we saw the login, I think, right at just before 10 o'clock. We went straight into searches for resort type activity. We had the Telegram activity at 9:35 to 9:37. And this is a continuation. We see the resort search continues, or the vacation destination search continues on this particular slide from 10:35 all the way down to 10:50, almost 10:51 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 332. Sir, can you identify that slide?
Yeah, I can.
Is that something that you reviewed in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 332.
Any objection?
No objection.
332.
What, if anything, can you highlight or explain what what was part of your digital forensics in this artifact and this matching result?
Yeah, and this is just the final activity that was truncated from the previous slide. So this extends through 10:55 p.m. The last website visit or web history on the laptop was for the Royalton Bavaro Resort and Casino, I believe located in the Dominican Republic.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 333. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, move in defense exhibit number 333.
Any objection?
No objection.
333.
What, if anything, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to the artifacts and how it relates to the previous artifacts that you've discussed?
So this is a analysis from Mrs. Banfield's mobile device, her cellular phone. This is a message to Mr. Banfield's device at 11:01, approximately 11:02 p.m. If we look, we can see the highlighted row. If we look above that, we see the last activity on the device, at least with regard to communication, that occurred at 9:51 p.m. So there's a gap, at least in communication, on the mobile phone until about 11. The message that was sent through Facebook messaging was a link to Royalton Resorts Punta Cana website. So we saw that was the last artifact observed on the laptop. So I see connectivity. I see searches. We saw almost 90 minutes of searches, mostly for resorts in the Dominican Republic on the laptop. And now the first thing we see within minutes of the end of the activity on the laptop is a message related to those, I'd say related to those searches on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to defense exhibit 334. Sir, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what, if anything, was related to your investigation in this slide?
This is one of the crime scene photos provided, taken by the Fairfax County Police Department, I believe Detective Leach's unit or he himself. This is from the kitchen area of a wall calendar.
And here I move this in as defense exhibit number 334.
Any objection?
No objection.
334.
Sir, what, if anything, is significant in terms of the picture that you have before you as defense exhibit 334?
Well, the next slide, so this is the sort of investigative work, take a general picture, and then of things of interest, we zoom in and take successive pictures. So the next slide, I think we'll give a clearer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on
Answer.
to what would be identified as defense exhibit 335.
335.
Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, and was this something that you used as part of your analysis in this case?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 335.
Any objection?
No objection.
335.
So, sir, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this piece of evidence was part of your digital forensic analysis?
Well, again, this is another crime scene photo, closer in view, so we could see what's actually on the calendar. This is one of a few pictures, but in the top left here, we can see the Royalton Bavaro Splash Water Park is written on the calendar. And so, again, contextually, an artifact on a computer or in a text message may not they can mean something, they might not mean something. The fact that we saw extensive research, or I observed extensive research on the laptop about resorts, immediately transferred over to the phone and communicated from Mrs. Banfield's device to Mr. Banfield's device, and now calendar entry, although it's without, date or month. To me, it seems like it was a part of a vacation plan.
And are there any other aspects to this calendar that you relied upon?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 336. What, if anything, is this, sir?
This is just an even closer view of the particular piece of information.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit 336.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 336.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to defense exhibit 337. Sir, can you identify this defense exhibit 337? Is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit number 337.
Any objection?
No objection.
337.
Now, is this, what device is this relating to, sir?
This is Mrs. Banfield's laptop.
Okay, and there's a highlighted area. Does that correspond with the artifact and evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
What, if anything else, is significant in your analysis, if you could just let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know?
So this is another Telegram activation at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the night of the 23rd. It runs for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Your Honor, move on to defense exhibit number 338. Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can. It's the same artifact from the previous slide, just a close-up with, in case the detail is more.
Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 338.
Any objection?
No objection.
338.
And sir, same information regarding timing. Is there anything else additional other than this is a bigger picture of it?
Yeah, it's just a bit easier to see.
And this is, I'm sorry, was this also from the laptop?
This is from the laptop, yes.
Your Honor, I move on to defense exhibit number 339. Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you rely on in this, or did you rely on this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit number 339.
Any objection?
No objection.
339.
And what, if any, significance does this particular artifact have in relation to the testimony regarding February 23rd that you've given up to this point?
This is a secondary use of the Telegram app, kickoff of the Telegram application on the laptop. This one ran substantially longer. This kicked off at 11:06 p.m., approximately 11:06 p.m., and ran for a full 44, 45 minutes through to 11:49, almost 11:50 p.m.
Your Honor, we move on to defense exhibit number 340. Sir, do you recognize exhibit 340?
I do.
And what's the significance of these FetLife messages?
These are Telegram messages.
Oh, I'm sorry, Telegram messages.
The first one is from the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield, and it kicks off at 10:59 p.m., so in line with the Telegram desktop application on her laptop.
Here I'm going to move on to defense exhibit number 341. I'm sorry, can we move exhibit 340 into
Any
evidence?
objection?
No objection.
340.
341. Sir, can you, I'm sorry, identified as Exhibit 341, Your Honor.
341.
Sir, can you identify this exhibit?
I can.
And was this something that you used in your analysis, your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 341.
Any objection?
No objection.
341.
Sir, what's the significant in terms of the timeline that you're following regarding your digital forensic analysis for February 23rd, 2023?
This is part of the extended and running Telegram conversation between the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan. Mrs. Banfield in blue, or the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield in blue and Mr. Ryan in green. This is in line with the Telegram activation beginning at approximately 10:59 p.m. on the laptop, running all the way through 11:49.
Your Honor, move to the next slide, Defendant's Exhibit 342. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And was this a slide that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move this in as Defense Exhibit number 342.
Any objection?
No objection.
342.
Sir, what, if anything, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to this particular artifact on the night of February 23rd, 2023?
Yeah, this is access to what appears to be Mrs. Banfield's resume on the laptop. And it was done in the middle of the activity we just discussed, the middle of the Telegram activation, the middle of the Telegram exchanges between the account purporting to be that of Mrs. Banfield and Mr. Ryan.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to slide Defendant's Exhibit 343.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Judge, did I introduce the last one into
Yes.
evidence? Okay, thank you.
342.
Sir, can you see the Exhibit 343 on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and this is an artifact that you relied upon in your digital forensics analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 343.
Any objection?
No objection.
343.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this artifact fits into your testimony up to this point?
This is a login, as reported by Google, to the alleged suspect Gmail account, the CBRN 920 Gmail account, occurring from a Windows computer within the Banfield residence on the evening of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:09 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 344. Sir, can you identify Defendant's Exhibit 344?
I can.
And the highlighted portion, does that correspond with the artifact information?
It does.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 344.
Okay, 344 in evidence.
What, if anything, can you explain as to your digital forensic analysis and how this was utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
So this is from analysis of Ms. Muggleheis's mobile device. And so not just the artifact that's highlighted, but the few or couple after it as well. This just shows what was going on her device at the time of the Google login we just looked at, which I believe was just shy of 11:09 p.m. So her device was engaged, it looks like, in message exchanges on Facebook. We also see a launch of the Facebook Messenger app. We see the phone going from portrait to landscape, orientation, and all of the other artifacts sort of surrounding this. These are in chronological order.
This is a good good time to break?
I was trying to get through it, but I don't think I will, so it's probably a good time.
All right, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our lunch break at this point. Again, don't do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Okay, yes, they're showing that the telegram was used on the same device. If not, then they could be using telegram on their own devices. Well, it depends.
Okay.
Yeah, this is getting a little convoluted for me. Thank you to all of our new viewers for joining us. Please tell us, how did you find us? We do like to know who you are. Just kind of figure out, just to introduce yourself if you mind. You don't have to, though.
Again,
For those of you who don't know, I'm Ada Kay. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, let's come back at 2:05 then, all right? 2:05.
Thank you.
All right.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break from this. Kesha recommended. Oh, Kresha. Yes, she win long time ago. I haven't heard from Kresha in a while. Well, thank Kresha for recommending my channel. That's great. I'm deaf without my hearing aids. I do sign. So if you're watching and you see me just start signing, it's because we have a deaf person that's popped in. I'm going to mute this before we have their music playing. There we go. We're going to go live time. So sometimes, let me do this. I am going to add a video that y'all may not have watched. Let me get back up in our cases. Let me get it. I'm going to play this video again. I'm going to play this video again in a minute because a lot of people missed it. But anyway, I do have an interpreter that sometimes pops in if we know that a deaf person is watching. We try to make it accessible to everyone. What's on my nose? I am dyslexic, so when I read, if I mispronounce things, be patient with me. But we are so glad to have you. We are not a very old channel. We're about a year and a half now. So yay! I have fabulous mods, June, Honey, and Angela. And so thank you guys for modding today and being so fabulous. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Rachel K, for all your comments. I think you were the newer ones. Ari and Jane for Justice. If I miss anybody, let me know. Say, hey, I'm here. I'm here. Okay, what I'd like to do is to show this video. This video we watched last night. It was recently released. It was already shown in the court. It was a video that took an hour for people to view. And it's the video that shows Mr. Butthead, Brendan Banfield, in the, he is going there. It is a body cam view from the bedroom and the part of the bathroom where all of this happened. Okay, so I'm going to put me like, oh, let me do this. Nope, let me get back up here. Come on, cooperate. All right, I am going to do it this way. Do this. Nope, I guess I want to be over here. For the moment, I'm going to bounce around. But first things first, look what's on the bed. Can y'all see what's on the bed? 1, 2 of the weapons. And then I think the knife is over here somewhere. It's somewhere on the bed. Pay attention when he comes out. I'm going to take my banner thing off because otherwise it hides it. I'm going to move my captioning up high because I want you to see his hands. They're covered in blood, y'all. Who's seen this? Thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry you haven't been here. Good to see you back, Boo. Rachel K, thanks for coming back. I know you look familiar.
Go check him out. Stay sorry. I'll just walk through, okay?
Okay, he's on the floor. She's literally laying right here where my mouse is moving. Her body, and that may be part of it right there, but most of her body is right here behind this wall. We don't see body.
Okay. This driver there, we're gonna have to get him out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Can you give him a second? Don't touch anything else.
I'm not. Let me change my gloves out. We can get him out of here. The knife's there. Guns are on the bed. I got you.
Did you see the body language? Remember one thing that we always want to watch is the body language of the officers. Watch the guy, the smaller officer to the left of the door right here.
Yeah, I know.
Him.
Can you give him a second? Don't touch anything else.
I'm not. Let me change my gloves out. We can get him out of here. The knife's there. Guns are on the bed.
He's not doing good. He's not doing good. That's what I think he said.
Having a breakdown?
Yeah. Just give him a second.
I gotta put him on
Good observation. And that weird doink doink is letting him know that the battery on the radio is dying. Because how do I know? Because I have the same radio. The bed doesn't even look messed up. Why was she in the bathroom? Was she trying to... let me get the comments up. Why was she in the bathroom? Was she trying to run? I thought she was supposed to be in bed. So y'all didn't set this up herself. So she didn't set this up herself. That's a good observation. If I'm on the jury, I'm going to pay attention to that, because if she wanted an EPAR fantasy, then she is going to have to be, she would probably be asleep in bed. You know what I mean? Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. You got that right, Ada. You know I'm just teasing you. Yes, love. Respect the channel because it's inclusive. I'm certified tech special ed, so I get it. Thank you so very much. Well, thank you. Share it with your friends. Let people know we're inclusive, because that's a big deal. I have someone who is visually impaired. Luckily, they have devices at home that blow everything up for them. But Cheeseman says she appreciates our captioning is big. Can make it bigger, but then it's too big for everybody else. But it's big enough to where she can get real close and look at it. So I do my best.
monitor. Yeah. Is she okay? So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're kind of just here.
He's signing something to them. He's trying to communicate.
What I want to do is get
Just
you
watch
upstairs
what you're
because
kicking,
that's how
please.
you asked it. All right. Does that work?
I know what you got to do. I'm just.
If you can't walk, we can wait a minute.
Yeah, well, the comforter's not there. Where's the blanket? Where's the comforter? It's just a sheet and pillows. Oh, Lord, y'all, with my past experience in life, I won't reiterate it. That's not unusual. Sheets and pillows only. But it is unusual. My mom's calling me. I'm going to let this play.
I think, just getting you some fresh air right now, I think will help, okay? So we can get you outside.
You got gloves on? Yeah. Can you help him? Just be with him?
Yep.
Whenever they called us, Brendan Banfield.
Say, be in it.
Easy.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So you would be in it.
My office is in Vienna, correct. Did you call my office?
No.
I need to call my manager at some point.
It's the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just gonna get you in a cruiser outside in the air where you can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt?
I don't think so.
We'll check him out when we get him over to the car.
You have an awesome
Watch out, watch out.
Flip off into the grass? Yep.
What's wrong with your right leg, sir?
Bravo on channel 5.
I don't know, maybe just nervous.
Okay.
I'm going to be calling medic 436 to Reston Hospital.
Just take some deep breaths, all right?
You need to sit down somewhere. Is there a way to get an update? Right now,
They're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out. He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though. All right, let's do that then.
We're going to go ahead and check this gentleman out in the back of the ambulance, okay?
where's my daughter?
I think she's out there with them, so. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's an au pair, Manny.
Okay. But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter.
Just one sec. We're going to head around to this other door here, all right?
This way.
Have to sit here, okay? Right here. As high as crease as you can.
Yeah.
Is anything bothering you right now?
I feel unsteady.
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife. I took the knife from him.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket off for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna have you kick your other foot up for me.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
think
get
it's
it
fine. Yeah.
Hey, Honor Bravo. Yeah, Honor Bravo.
My bag
Okay.
and my car.
Take pressure, all right? We're going to be set up at Sablebrook Way in Gilbert Court. I'm just going to take your watch off for now, all right?
That's fine.
So I can see.
Hey, y'all, do you see all the blood on that guy's hands? And guess what? They took no DNA samples, no nothing. The nurse had him wash it off right in front of the police officers, and they didn't collect evidence. Y'all.
I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where'd all this blood come from, do you know?
I was holding her neck.
Okay.
Do we have any crossings that need to be covered?
511
Is there a way to
Bravo.
get
I've got
an update
one
on
up at Powell's
They're
Tavern
taking
in
it to the
front of
hospital right now.
Grangeville.
They're not going to have much of an update. They're going to take it to Reston Hospital, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I don't see any wounds on you. I'm just going to check you out. Would you like to run up to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're going to work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation then, okay?
What's gonna happen to my daughter?
That I'm not sure. That's a
As
question
of
for the
right now, I
officers.
believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on.
Take it back.
Say again that last crossing.
Hey, Doherty, it's going to be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of the Kiss and Ride.
Let's get squeezed real tight. All right, perfect. We'll take all that off then. Take it off there. Okay. Take this off from your neck. So just to confirm, nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all.
Did anything hurt you at all, man? They're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too.
Doors pulling out of here. You guys.
We're going to need his,
No, you're good. You're good. Put your hands down.
That's fine.
If not,
you're not going to be able to have him in the hospital anyway.
Fine.
yeah, let me have the wiper.
I have cuffs.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Services.
Okay.
And I got
It's okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Zach?
Yeah.
So before you roll, let me make sure they decontaminate what you have on you, okay?
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got Mags in his watch. If you want to hold on to this,
What was that?
I've got Mags in his watch. I'm gonna go with them to the hospital.
Yeah,
Police department,
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
It doesn't matter. If I can be with them, that's what.
This is what one of the medics have, one of the bags the medics have.
Okay.
What is he looking for?
Just a
I'm
plastic
assuming so,
bag.
Zach. Did we,
A what?
Plastic bag.
just right now, did we search them?
No, I haven't searched them yet.
Here, we stand up.
Sorry, man, it was just, it's fine.
I have.
You're good. Sorry.
I know.
That's fine. Yep.
I'll leave his badge on him.
Brother, you know the procedure, we apologize.
It's fine.
Knives or anything on him?
No, that's my cell phone. Work cell phone. And personal cell
And you're with the
Treasury.
Okay. Did you get him a bag?
I don't
A bio bag? Do you have a bio bag?
Anything on that side, Terry?
Yeah,
he's
on.
going.
Yeah, that's what he did. Yeah, he's got a bag if you want to.
I think there's a couple.
He's treasurer special agent.
Zach, you gonna go?
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet is in my jacket.
Your badge is clipped on you, brother. We're gonna leave that on you, okay?
All right, my credentials.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead. You can sit back down. You're all right.
I'm gonna follow him down.
Okay.
I'll follow you down to the hospital.
Okay.
You're gonna be in the ambulance?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so let's talk about some of this. Yeah, that was mom, my spiritual mama, who I call mom. She's the mama that she doesn't have biological children of her own. She got married to a gentleman whose wife passed away. He was a widower with 2 kids, and she's become mom to them. And she was never able to have her own children. And she's my spiritual mama. I call her mom. As close to a mother that I should have had, could have had, wished I had. I was adopted. They did the best they could. Love her, but this is mama. So anyway, I hope the other one didn't hear that. But yeah, my biological family's deceased. I was orphaned. So anyway, all is good in the neighborhood. But this video, I mean, number one, where's hysterical? He does ask a couple of times about his daughter, but what about the daughter? Where's the daughter? Oh, where's my daughter? She's with the police. Oh, okay. I'll be all like, I want my child. I would be like, I need to call someone. I need to find somebody to pick up my child. I need someone to be with my child. Her mother's just been unalived and she's alone with stranger. I need, where is the panic? Where, and they're calling, and the defense are saying that he was dissociated. I don't know. What do y'all think about this video so far? Another instance of the investigation being compromised because they didn't preserve evidence properly. Yeah, you'll see when he gets, we're not going to be able to watch the whole hour, but when they get him into, and I'm going to zoom. We're not going to sit here. There's a large chunk of this ride where nothing is said. Oh, you're going to see him washing his hands.
Zach, you got gloves on? Put his, put his stuff in here.
Do you know what I would have done? I've done it once before. The daughter is being kept by the police. There's some police officer the daughter's sitting with. Do you know what I would have done if I couldn't preserve his hands with a bag? I would have turned a pair of gloves inside out on his hand. As long as they don't have powder, if it's a powder-free latex glove, I would have gloved him to preserve all that. Just saying.
I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car that was acting.
We'll have to figure that out later.
Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the TLR?
Mine has the light, yeah.
With the light on? Okay.
My other gun is my personal weapon.
Oh, that's the 43X?
Yeah.
So both those are yours?
Both of them are mine.
Okay, the ones that we saw on the bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Where do you guys need me at?
It doesn't matter to me. You can probably sit in the captain's chair right there if you're going to ride with us.
He's gonna go.
I'll ride with
Okay.
you.
Yeah, just for evaluation.
You guys
Yeah.
are good. You
Okay, sure, good idea. Okay, BLS good,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good, yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out and we'll take the EMS captain. So, yep, we'll meet him across.
Okay, yeah, command's terminated, so I'm out of here.
All right, yeah, we're good then.
All right, and we're gonna roll over to Reston Hospital then.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're good, Zach. 2 to Reston.
All right. You going with me?
Yeah. Yep.
Are we good to go or?
Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll just check real quick.
What's your first name?
BRDMD.
Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital?
Last name?
BANFIELD.
What's your date of birth?
2/23/85.
Hey, LT or Givens, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Any underlying medical conditions? Liver blood, hypertension, any cardiac issues? Taking medications for anything? Any allergies, any medications? No.
Yeah, I want to know where the little girl is and what's going on with the little girl. Okay, he does do a little bit of crying here, but nothing major. We're going to zoom to him. Where the guy disappears is where he cries. Let me see. Okay, I think he cries right about here. Somewhere in here he starts crying. Nope, not there. Okay, here's the other thing. He does ask once about his wife. And they said, sir, we don't know anything. The best thing for us to do is get you there. And when you get there, I'm sure they will update you, kind of thing. That's my common answer. We're not privy to that information. We do not know. I know that they're working on your wife. Even if I know the wife is deceased, I'm not going to tell them that. That is not the time and the place to tell them. You don't tell them that until you get them into the hospital. But the thing is that when he gets there, how many of us have been in a situation where a loved one, a parent, or maybe a husband or child has been taken to a hospital? And when you get to that hospital, do you just walk in casually? Are you hurried? He has no sense of urgency whatsoever. And this to me concerns me. As somebody who's been around a lot of people who I have ridden to the hospital with while they have rushed in to see their loved one, there is no rushing here. There is no sense of urgency. It is very calm, subdued, and they say he's in shock. Well, I've seen shock, and to me that doesn't look like shock.
Okay, we're walking in.
No, we don't.
We'll head out because we're here, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'll have you step back out this side door that we came in.
Yes.
Go, sir. Watch your step down there.
Just wait right here for us. We're trying to find out what room to put you in. Can I see her? No, not yet.
Okay, it is unknown. It has not been made public where she is. I Googled it. No public available source identifies who's currently has custody of the daughter. I won't say her name. Not on where or who she's living with. However, the child was present in the home the morning that Christine Banfield was unalived in the basement. The judge ruled her recorded interview could not be used. This ruling was they were able to keep, because they did interview her, and the judge will not allow that into court. That's all we know officially. Somebody knows something different, let me know.
Any voters on channel 3 or 5?
I'd be looking for, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Look at him. He's so, where's my wife? No. I don't want to go here. Take me to my wife. Where's my wife? Why am I here?
Just take a seat on the bed for me.
He just said that she didn't make it.
I didn't hear what he said, so.
The cot and stuff probably needs to be switched out.
Can you have someone check with him again?
Okay. What is the nature of the incident?
Check what?
Okay, he's
Status
asking
of
someone
the
to check
voicemail.
on her.
Hi, sir. My name is Gina. I'm one of the doctors here.
Watch.
Your wife has died.
Where's the other?
Where's what?
She's still at the scene, so she's with the other officers.
Would you guys be able to ask someone else to bring some tissues? That's the nurse.
Okay. We're still burning. Just a heads up. Some body cams are still on.
Okay.
That's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
What's that one?
I was asked last night, why did they sit there and tell them the body cams were still on? Because it's a courtesy to inform them that they are being recorded.
Okay, no problem. Do you want, just a napkin? Sorry. Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help, I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there, and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for
Yes.
certain. But
I was trying to like catch.
What did you, all right, she just said she died of a blood loss. What information do we have now that he is not sharing with this doctor? Why is the blood loss such a big, important deal in her case? Does anybody remember? And why is it not being shared with the physician right now? Because it's vital. That is, she had a bleeding disorder. Her blood didn't clot. When she was pregnant, they had to medicate her. That's right. When she was getting ready to have birth, it was so bad, they had to give her medication just to keep her from bleeding out. Especially since they have a hospital setting, don't want to violate the HIPAA because you didn't remind anyone they're being recorded. Exactly. But this is a huge deal. He should have looked up and go, oh my God, she's got a blood disorder. Huh? That would have been something that would have been good for them to know. But she had already bled out. There was nothing they can do. He knew she was far too gone to be saved.
yeah.
Hence, that 911 call is very important, that the au pair placed too early.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury. Sorry. Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir.
It's for him. And did you get hurt, sir?
I think so.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
He put his arm on me at one point, but
Yeah, exactly, Vanessa. Exactly.
I don't think I'm hurt.
Yeah, sure. We have tissues here. You want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. Soap right here.
I can't believe they're doing this. I get so angry when I see this. That officer should have said, no, we need to get the forensic team in here to collect the samples. They just let him wash off all that evidence, and he's like, hoorah, we're getting rid of the evidence. The faster I get this off, the better. Oh, let me cry a little bit in the middle of this.
I'm so sorry.
My wife is
You wanted this to be checked out medically, right?
Sure.
And I have a bracelet with your name on it. Brendan Banfield.
Yes.
I'm just gonna put this on here. Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that be
Yes.
possible?
Yes, please.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like that's winning. The person struck him once, but no injuries that we need to do imaging or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg's okay. He's been having some, said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning. I
Okay.
think,
And then,
I think I'm just.
would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just gonna check your vital signs, make sure everything's
Can I have a
okay.
tissue?
Yeah.
Yeah, he pulled a muscle while he was committing red drum.
Would you like me to get scrubs to change into?
Yes.
In my humble opinion. Is that for me, Miss June?
You got it.
Am I breaking my own rule? I'm sorry. In my humble opinion.
Your left arm. I'm just getting your blood pressure real quick, okay? I'm gonna check your oxygen level over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since it's happened? You feel like it's hard?
I don't, it's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see. Okay. And where did the person hit you?
And I only remember sorry, my arm.
Okay. Okay. Once you're changing into the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking and bearing weight. It's, if anything, it's a bruise, or like he said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress. I'm gonna borrow your fingers. Or try to get a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna let you get changed and get settled, all right? You wanna get on? You can get on.
Is that ambulance? Yeah. Okay, you already switched out the linen and stuff on the cot, is that okay, or?
I guess.
How much do you weigh?
One minute.
Are you right on the chain?
You're good.
So, cool.
Your daughter and the pair have been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, so. Yep.
I'm gonna have to step out after with bags, phone, and all that.
It's all right there.
When he changes.
Yeah.
So, let's see if I have any paper guys.
Alright.
At this point, we can't let you do that, because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once a detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not gonna ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is, take photos of you, in the clothes that you have on, so before you change in the hospital gown, and then we are gonna have to take your clothes as well. I understand. For that evidence, so, we're gonna do it, and there's no easy way to do it, but kind of the easiest way possible, so, I'm just gonna have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically it should be a second for the detective to kind of come and ask you what exactly happened, because we're not gonna have you go on numerous times and then let them do it all, okay? I understand that. I'm gonna go see if I can find some.
Okay, so this really got me. They're gonna do it right. They're gonna bag everything separate. So his business shirt, if he has an undershirt that's bagged 2 pair of socks, that's 4, 2 pair of shoes, that's 5, 6, underwear 7, pants is 8, belts, if he has one, 9. They're worried about bagging everything separately, but they just allowed a shite ton of evidence to be washed down the drain. He could have both, if he had both victims' blood on his hands, cha-ching! I know I'm getting a little bit angry, but here's another page. I don't understand. Why is it, if I was a supervisor, whoever is in charge of this investigation, whoever this guy is with the body camera, who stood by and allowed the nurse to say, hey, why don't we wash the blood off? You want to wash your hands? I would have said, ma'am, no, he cannot. Till I get clearance that we do not need to take DNA evidence off of his hands. No, ma'am, we cannot wash his hands. That's my humble opinion. I am a hoe is what it stands for. In my humble opinion. So sometimes I'll say I'm a hoe, and then. So you will see a chaplain come in a minute.
My wife's parents are on their way to my house at some point today.
Like Officer Baumler told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah. I don't know what time they're coming.
Okay.
I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay. I understand.
So who called and told them? When did you make the phone call and tell them that their daughter had died? Or i.e. was red-drummed? And, yeah, that's strange. They don't think foul play at first. Yeah, that's true. But it doesn't matter whether they think foul play or not. That's basic 101. Yeah, I agree with you, Rachel K. But basic 101, always preserve just in case, because you never know how the plot will turn. Just saying. Maybe I should have been a cop. I'm too old now. They won't take me. Wish I could be a cop and not go through the physical training. Just be a desk cop. But for those of you who don't like people praying, just know a chaplain's going to come in and pray with him. Oh, another content creator played this I saw it before it was really, I mean, she was like the first one to launch us at like 2 a.m. So I saw it then, but I couldn't believe she gave a trigger warning because a chaplain entered the room. Trigger warning. I was like, why? And then I got thinking, okay. Well, I understand in chaos people forget stuff, but you're the police, boo. It's your job to remember this kind of stuff. If there was not an officer standing there and it was just EMT with or this was a camera in the room and the nursing staff is there and there's no officer, then I wouldn't be upset because that's something that they wouldn't think about. But when you have a police officer standing there for observation because you think something may be wrong, why would you not have gathered that evidence? I'm just saying that's a big oops. Tell you, he was glad to get rid of it.
He said someone needs to take pictures
Yes, sir.
before I get changed? Or-
Correct.
Okay.
He's out, gonna go grab his county phone. Mine was all back in my cruiser.
I figured I didn't know if you guys need a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that would be helpful. Just bear with us for just a second.
Just blowing my nose.
Yes, sir. No, I understand. The ER staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Okay, we're back in court, y'all. Jane for justice. I don't disagree. I cannot say I disagree. So the way I'd type that is IMHO. Brendan looks like a slimy snake in the grass. That's another way. You did just fine.
All right, your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 344 was already introduced, correct?
It's in evidence.
Thank you.
Mind you, this is day 2 of this guy on the witness stand. Now, they told the judge they had
Sir, looking
2 or
at
3
Defense Exhibit
witnesses.
344.
They told the judge they had 2 or 3 witnesses, and I don't think the judge anticipated this witness taking this long. Oh, don't be snarly snakes in the grass.
What, if anything, did you review as part of your digital forensic analysis?
This is analysis from the mobile device of Miss Muggleheis. And this particular artifact and the ones just before it and just after are all occurring around 11:08, 11:09, and various seconds. There are some redundancies in here. Many artifacts you'll see repeated twice. They're just different parts of the phone responding to a user action. And we can see just below the blue highlighted artifact, which is a Facebook message being sent by Ms. Muggleheis. We can see that the Facebook Messenger application is being launched around the same time, both before and after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, Defense Exhibit 345. Sir, can you see the screen?
I can.
And can you identify Defense Exhibit 3045 as something that you relied upon in your digital forensic analysis?
It is, and I did.
All right, move that in as Defense Exhibit 345.
Any objection?
No objection.
345?
Sir, if you can just review this particular slide as to the importance to your digital forensic analysis and let the jury know what was important to you.
So there are a couple of exchanges here that are relevant. One particularly this date and the prior exchanges. So the highlighted exchange on the bottom is from this particular evening that we're discussing, February 23rd, 2023 at 11:11 p.m. The one prior to that is part of the exchange. The one prior to that is part of the same exchange. So we have the second one from the top is from February 18th, but it's expressing from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield, saying that looking like my next availability is Friday, 2:24 in the morning, if that works. And then we have the response to that on the morning of the 23rd. And then we have a response from the account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield late in the evening on the 23rd as well. So it's a back and forth discussing a potential, get together, and this is on FetLife.
Your
Is
Honor,
he a
move to,
professional?
Defendant's Exhibit 346. Sir, can you identify the items in the slide, Defendant's Exhibit number 346, and if they are items that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
They are. This is a portion of the FetLife responsive documents pursuant to the search warrant.
If I could just hold it for 1 second, Your Honor, I'd move that into Defendant's Exhibit 346.
Any objection?
No objection.
346?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead, Mr. Litsky.
I'm sorry. My brains can't stop going there. That comment. Whoa. I can't. Did he say my next appointment?
The account purporting to be that of Ms. Banfield late in the evening on the 23rd as well. So it's a back and forth discussing a potential, get together, and this is on FetLife.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 346. Sir, can you identify the items in the slide, Defendant's Exhibit number 346, and if they are items that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis?
They are. This is a portion of the FetLife responsive documents pursuant to the search warrant.
If I could just hold it for 1 second, Your Honor, I'd move that into Defendant's Exhibit 346.
Any objection?
No objection.
346?
Sorry, please go ahead, Mr. Litsky.
No.
If you can tell, let me give you a question. If you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you relied upon as to this slide in your digital forensic analysis in this case.
So this was somebody initiated a password reset of the FetLife account on the night of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defendant's Exhibit 347. Sir, can you
I
see this
missed it.
slide?
I want to hear
can.
that.
And is this something you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
It
Don't
is.
get mad. I'll come back to this point, but that is important to me. As a juror, I'm going to go
We have looking like my next availability is Friday, 2:24 in the morning.
next
if that works. And then we have the
availability.
response to that.
Y'all, does that not sound my next availability? That sounds like a professional. Was he a professional fetish man? Was he a pro? Because that makes this all even more suspicious, because if this guy did this as a business and as a professional fetish artist, as they call them, if you want to make anything legit, put artist stuff behind it and it's legit, then he probably was said, yeah, I can be there at 2:00, or, oh, no, I'm busy, or, but this sounds professional. Y'all, that's huge in my book. And I think that's being overlooked. That is huge.
This was somebody initiated a password reset of the FetLife account on the night of February 23rd, 2023 at approximately 11:14 p.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to the next slide, which is Defense Exhibit 347. Sir, can you see this slide?
I can.
And is this something you relied on in your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 347.
Any objection?
No objection.
347.
Sir, what can you point out, or what was the important part of this artifact and the matching results that show?
So this is analysis from Ms. Mugglehise's mobile device. And starting at the top, we can see user attributable activity consistently from approximately 11:13 p.m. Right through to launch of Netflix, which is the highlighted row at 11:14 and 21 seconds. So all of this activity was occurring on her device, Ms. Mugglehise's device, at the time the password was being reset to the FetLife account.
Now, as to the date of February 23rd, 2023, have you rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the use of devices on this day?
I have.
Can you provide that?
Consistent with my other opinions that catfishing did not occur.
Objection, conclusion as to the ultimate issue here. You can testify.
What's your objection? Why don't you approach?
Objection, speculation.
Let's go.
I'm going to put this up. If he was a pro dom, I was afraid to use that word, but okay. Then he knows the FetLife TOS. He knows the rules, and he would have been there as a service doing a scene with her. There would have to have been a contract and definitive lines, and he would not have brought a real, well, I don't know if he would have brought a real knife. I have seen what some use that look like knives. They are a plastic, but they do have a little bit of a tough edge to it. They can still unalive you if you used to. But you're right. And where's all the, and there would have been other fetish tools. What was in the backpack was more of red rooming tools. I don't know. It's getting a little more convoluted for me when it comes to the story of a hired professional dom. Y'all are getting educated, whether you want it or not. You getting educated, y'all. I may have to get me a new chair in here, y'all. This is not as comfortable as it used to be.
Yes, sir, please
okay.
continue.
I was like,
So I base that opinion on what we've seen throughout the slides from the evening of February 23rd. We saw the laptop from log on around 10 p.m. straight through until almost 11 p.m., where aside from a brief injection of Telegram usage at 9:35 p.m., we saw searches exclusively for the Dominican resorts. Right about 11 o'clock p.m., we saw the activity on the laptop stop and the phone start with regard to the resorts. And so the resort searches ran up through 11 p.m., transferred over to the phone where we saw a text message between Mrs. Banfield's device and Mr. Banfield's device on Facebook Messenger regarding the resort. So I've, based on the connectivity between the topics, the idea that somebody was independently using the laptop to search for resorts and Mrs. Banfield alone with her phone happened upon the same resort.
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
Sustained at this time.
So the laptop.
Wait for another question. Please
Okay.
sustain the objection.
Are you
In
happy
terms
now?
of connectivity
Are you
of
happy?
devices, what's important in the analysis of digital forensics?
You're purring.
Well, with digital forensics, as it pertains to this investigation, I'm looking for that break. I'm looking for, was one user absent from a device for an extended period of time that might present an opportunity for the device to be misappropriated by another person who then used it for a different purpose. I didn't see that. I saw continuous activity for the 90-minute period leading up to 11 o'clock on the laptop. Then I saw activity.
Y'all, I really hope and pray that the prosecution brings a rebuttal witness to all of this information, because right now it is for them to lose. If they don't bring a rebuttal witness for this information, y'all, I'm not saying this is damning yet, but I will tell you that this is giving a little life to the defense.
Continuous
In my
both in
humble
topic
opinion.
and in use on the phone regarding the resorts. At 11 o'clock, 10:59 and change on the laptop, it began a sustained period of use with the Telegram app and extended communication between the account purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan. So those three aspects of the analysis inform the conclusion that I've arrived at.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'm going to move on to February 24th.
What's taking so long?
This would be identified as Defense Exhibit 348. Sir, do you identify this exhibit
I do.
relating to February 24th, 2023?
I do.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of digital forensics?
It is.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit number 348.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
348?
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at and what it is that you relied on in arriving at your conclusions regarding February 24th, 2023?
This is analysis from Mrs. Banfield's laptop from the morning of February 24th, 2023. This is a Telegram activation. That is, the app is opened and in use at 6:03 a.m., approximately 6:03 a.m. that morning.
And Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit number 349. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And did you use this in your analysis of digital forensics in this case?
I do. I did.
Your Honor, I move in defendant's exhibit number 349.
Any objection?
No objection.
349.
Sir, what, if any, significance is this particular slide compared to the previous artifact?
The previous artifact was Telegram being activated on the laptop. And here are corresponding messages from the relevant accounts. That is the one purporting to be that of Christine Banfield and that of Joe Ryan.
I'm going to move to, I'm sorry, yes, I'm going to move to the next slide, which would be Defense Exhibit 350. Sir, can you see that slide?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can. This is essentially the same as 348, just to reflect the end time of the Telegram activation.
Your Honor, move this in as Defense Exhibit number 350.
Any objection?
No objection.
350.
And what's the significant portions of this exhibit?
Yeah, just re-showing it with a focus now at the end. Again, going in chronological order. We have the start at 6:03, then we saw some messages. This is the end of the Telegram desktop activation, at least this instance of it, occurring at approximately 6:26 a.m.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to exhibit number 351. Sir, can you see this exhibit?
I can.
And can you identify it?
I can.
And was this something that you utilized in your analysis of the digital forensics in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 351.
Any objection?
No objection.
351.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is it that you utilize from this to help inform your opinions?
This is analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone, and this shows the first steps or the first physical activity that the device recorded on the morning of February 24th, 2023. Even though the first row is highlighted, which is step activity recorded by the phone itself, the second line down also includes activity from her Apple Watch, which was imported into the phone. So you'll see, we can see phone and watch recorded movement.
And what's the significance of the times in this analysis?
Well, according to her phone, the first steps she took that morning were 22 minutes after the Telegram application was used on Miss Banfield's device, her laptop.
Your Honor, I would move to Defense Exhibit number 352. Sir, can you see that Defense Exhibit number 352?
I can.
And is that something you relied on in your analysis for this case?
It is.
And Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit number 352.
See, I got to take a comfort break.
No objection.
352.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury relating to 352 the significance of these this document and this data?
Sure. In trying to apply some context in analyzing different aspects of the devices available to me, in this case, we can see a bit of a defined break, I think, in sort of inactivity to user attributable activity on Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. So this analysis from her cell phone. So everything above the blue highlighted row is sort of background activity that the phone might initiate on its own. But the first user initiated activity, and an unlock is a user initiated activity, doesn't occur until 6:27 on the morning of the 24th. And that's in proximity, I'd say, to the motion activity we saw on the prior slide.
And when you're talking about unlock activity, is that something that requires action?
It is. A iPhones unlock only when a user causes it to unlock.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Should be Exhibit 353. Sir, do you see that slide?
I do.
And is this something you relied upon in arriving at your conclusions as to the 24th of February 2023?
It is.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 353.
Any objection?
No objection.
353.
Sir, if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you relied upon and what was part of your analysis relating to this case.
Sure. Again, this is from Ms. Muggleheis's cell phone. I think I alluded to this a moment ago. This is just to reflect her watch, a bit off in timing from her phone, but similarly in the 6:30-ish hour, recording its first steps of the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit 354. Sir, do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you utilize this picture for in your analysis?
Just for relative location of Mr. Banfield on this morning at a point in time.
Your Honor, I may move this in as Defense Exhibit 354.
Any objection?
No objection.
354.
Your Honor, I move forward with the slide to Defense Exhibit 355. Sir, is this a slide that you relied upon in your investigation of this case?
It is. It's part of the surveillance video from McDonald's.
Your Honor, I
that
move
morning.
this in as Defense Exhibit 355.
Any objection?
No objection.
355.
And what if anything is significant regarding this still picture?
This is just, again, I think it shows us where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time on the morning of February 24th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 356. And sir, what, if any, use did you have for this in your investigation of this case?
Yeah, it's a continuation of the McDonald's. These are stills from the McDonald's surveillance video we saw earlier. Again, just ascertaining where Mr. Banfield was at a particular time, in this case, 7:37 on the 24th of February, 2023.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defendant's Exhibit 356.
Any objection?
No objection.
356.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defendant's Exhibit 357. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And is this something that you utilized in your digital forensic analysis in this case?
It is.
And can you just describe what this is briefly?
This is further analysis from Ms. Muggleheis's cell phone. Again, recording movement from both the phone, in this case from the phone itself.
And there's a highlighted portion. Does that coincide with the artifact information and the evidence information on the right-hand side?
It does.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 357.
No objection.
All right, 357.
Your Honor, I'm moving to Defense Exhibit 358. Sir, do you recognize this slide?
I do.
And do you recognize the, or did you use this in your digital forensic analysis?
I did.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 358.
Any objection?
No objection.
358.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the significance of these artifact and evidence information and matching results?
I can. So this slide and the one before it, if you want to jump back to it, one reflects, the first one reflected the steps Miss Magalhaes took that morning between approximately 7:18 and 7:24 a.m. This particular slide reflects the steps recorded by her watch between approximately 7:23 a.m. and 7:24 a.m. Both devices are consistent in that they recorded steps up to around 7:24 a.m. And then they didn't.
Sir, I'm going to take this opportunity to go back, as you indicated in the other slide. And can you point out for the ladies and gentlemen jury what your comparison was?
Sure. So, and these are the phone steps. They start a bit earlier. The successive 3 rows are watch steps incrementally. So they sort of span the same time frame, but they record the data in different ways. So this is 7:18 to 7:24. The steps recorded until the step activity stops. In this case, it's 7:24:04 a.m. And then on the watch, 3 rows down, which is reflected on the other slide, we also similarly see that the step count stops at 7:24 and 9 seconds a.m.
And let's look back at the original one you were looking at.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to slide Defense Exhibit 359,
359.
sorry. Sir, are you familiar with this?
I am.
Is this something you relied on your for your digital forensic analysis?
It is.
Your Honor, moved in this Defense Exhibit number 359.
Any objection?
No objection.
359.
Sir, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the significance of this artifact?
So this is further analysis from Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone. And this shows us the resumption of activity, of physical activity, of steps beginning at approximately 7:42 a.m. This was recorded by her phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 360. Sir, do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a geolocation point that Ms. Magalhaes' iPhone automatically plotted for her. It's referred to a parked car location.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 360.
Any objection?
No objection.
360.
And sir, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that interacts with the previous artifacts that you've discussed.
From my understanding of the facts of the investigation was that for a period of time, Ms. Magalhaes left the house, remained in her car on the morning of the 24th, and then exited when Mr. Banfield arrived back at home, and together they entered the house at some point. I believe the timing of the step count on both devices stopping at 7:24. We haven't seen the watch yet, but it resumes as the iPhone did right around 7:42 a.m. So both devices stop recording movement at 7:24 approximately, resume at approximately 7:42, and we have a parked car location that the iPhone automatically detected just before 7:42. So I believe this is the time where Ms. Magalhaes, at least her devices, but may have been located in the car.
Your Honor, I'm going to move on to Defense Exhibit 361. Sir, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
And was this something you used in your analysis for this case?
It is.
Here, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 361.
Any objection?
No objection.
361.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what this slide shows, including the highlighted part?
This is, as I mentioned a moment ago, this is Ms. Magalhaes' cell phone reporting the activity recorded by her Apple Watch. So this, again, shows the resumption of steps in and around 7:42 a.m. on the morning of the 24th.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to Defense Exhibit number 362. Sir, can you identify this exhibit number 362?
I can.
And is this something that you relied upon in arriving at your digital forensics conclusions in this case?
It is.
Can you explain, Your Honor, move this in as Exhibit 362?
Any objection?
No objection.
Can you explain this exhibit and how it's significant in terms of February 24th, 2023?
So this is analysis from Ms. Banfield's laptop. This recorded a Windows logon for Ms. Banfield's profile at approximately 7:33 on the morning of the 24th. It's significant in that Mr. Banfield was at McDonald's. and,
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
It's significant that Mr. Banfield was recorded on surveillance video at McDonald's. And Ms. Magalhaes'
Good recovery.
step count and devices appear to reflect inactivity corresponding with the time she may have been in her car outside of the house. Which, to me, that leaves, potentially one person in the house who, just by process of elimination, would have been responsible for this activity.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Nice try,
So
dude.
we'll move on to Defense Exhibit 363.
Y'all, they're forgetting this guy's training. And if I'm going to commit a red room and I have Apple devices, how hard is it for me to take off those devices and leave it in the car and physically walk into the house with the watch in the car, the phone in the car? Because I ain't gonna want to get any red liquid on my watch and phone.
Sir, can you identify that?
Again,
And what, if anything, did you rely on this as your analysis for digital forensics?
I did.
Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 363.
Any objection?
No objection.
363.
Sir, what, if any, significance does this have as to the analysis of February 24th, 2023?
So this is, I've spoken a number of times, I believe, about security identifier profile or security ID or SID. It's the long number we can see in the highlighted row in the middle. It's also appears on the right. This is just a look at that security identifier and the details associated with it. So this is looking on the far left, we can see this is a look into the user accounts that are present on this laptop with this security identifier highlighted. And then on the right, we can see all of the details, obviously the full name of Christine Banfield, the use name, which is an email address, and the rest of her profile attributes.
And sir, based upon all of these exhibits that you've now explained to the jury, did you have an opportunity to come to a opine about the devices that were being used this day to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
I did.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that opinion is?
I believe Mrs. Banfield was awake that morning.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained, we have to stick with the devices. Yes.
Mrs. Banfield's laptop was manipulated at a point where other devices had left, I believe, had left the residence, and before anybody, to include Mr. Ryan, had arrived at the residence.
Thank you, sir. Judge, I don't have any further questions for.
Cross-examination.
Finally. All right, wake up, everybody. This is going to be good. Wake up. Hopefully this is going to be good. Girl, go for it. She's got a book. She took a lot of notes. She's a note taker. Self-proclaimed. You should be very, very nervous, dude. What is it? Be afraid. Very afraid. I don't like this woman's choice of clothing in court. That dress is too... Oh, she's got stockings on. I'm still not impressed with her
afternoon.
clothing choices.
How are you?
Well, thank you.
All right, so let's just go chronologically. I think it's probably a bit clearer that way. We start back on January 9th, 2023, 11:10 p.m. The Gmail account is created on a Samsung device. Is that correct?
Mobile device, yes.
Okay, and a Samsung S21 is owned by both Christine and Brendan Banfield. Is that correct?
His government phone.
Okay. You told us that Juliana's phone is not in the house on that day, but Brendan Banfield's devices are both present, correct?
To my knowledge, they were, yes.
Okay. When we then move to January 17th, 2023, we have what I'm going to ask the court share as defenses 128 previously admitted. If I can have just a second to get to it.
So the court is running the PowerPoint.
If that
Yep.
can be shared with the jury.
Yes.
All right, so this is the photograph that we know to be taken of Christine Banfield by herself at Lifetime Fitness. Were you able to establish, as our investigators did, that this was Lifetime Fitness?
I saw that they had established it, and I didn't see anything to.
Okay, so, and this is taken at 7 p.m.-ish, correct?
This is actually the sending of the photo from Mrs. Banfield to Mr. Banfield. The prior slide was the taking of the photo at 7:20, but this is.
So
the
she
photo
did
that
send it
was
to
taken.
Mr.
Perfect, you're
Banfield.
moving us right along. So she sends the photo to her husband, who then comments, nice, right?
Yes, down at the bottom, in the middle.
Okay, so while she's at Lifetime Fitness, she takes this selfie, sends it to her husband via Facebook Messenger. He comments, nice. And then just before 10 o'clock, someone with access to cbanfieldrn@gmail.com logs onto a laptop in the Banfield home, accesses Facebook, and pulls this picture down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And then sends this picture using CBRN 920 to CBRN 920, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then this picture is taken and added to the new FetLife account, correct?
it was manipulated in between.
Okay, so by manipulated, it was cropped, correct?
It was cropped.
Okay, so the laptop in the house belonging to the Banfields joins FetLife all while logged in as CBRN 920 at Gmail, right?
My understanding is the laptop was actually owned by Anova. And
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the house owned by the Banfields. The laptop that we're examining here is in the house owned by the Banfields, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that laptop searches for FetLife, correct?
yes,
And that laptop joins FetLife under the CBRN 920@gmail email, right?
it does.
Okay, and the laptop edits the Lifetime Fitness photo.
Yes, not all in order, but yes.
Okay, and meanwhile, all of this is going on the laptop. On the phone that we understand to belong to Christine Banfield, someone is using WhatsApp to talk about Valerie's day, right?
Yes,
And then by 10:45-ish, someone is Googling Lululemon, frozen tickets, and the story about the child who had their leg amputated, correct?
yes,
And then checks the C Banfield Gmail account at 11:30, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so you acknowledge we're talking about two different devices, right? The laptop and the phone, two different things happening.
Yes,
Okay. And you can't say who was in control of either device. All you can tell us is what the devices are doing. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And in fact, let's look at this. Apart from this usage on January 9th, 2023, the date of the initial creation of the CBRN email and the receiving of the Telegram two-factor authentication, I think, Christine Banfield's cell phone is never used to further this scheme, correct?
That's inaccurate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell us where Christine Banfield's cell phone was used to communicate on FetLife or Telegram?
It was used for FetLife on February 14th, 2023.
You had not testified to that before. I'm sorry. When was it used on February 14th?
Just after midnight.
The phone, Christine Banfield's cell phone.
The same model cell phone, yes.
Ah, okay. A Samsung S21 was used on FetLife on January 14th.
Correct.
Okay. So going back to, we have no other usage of FetLife or Telegram with Christine's phone as this progresses beyond January 14th when we have an unknown S21 using FetLife, correct?
February 14th, but correct.
Okay, sorry. All right, so when we then look to, let's say, our next event on January 23rd, you've told us that 11:22, the CBRN at Gmail, CBRN 920 Gmail is logged into on the laptop, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you gave us 6 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was not at home when the FetLife chat was initiated, some 7 minutes later, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you have not told us where Juliana Perez Magales was, correct?
Go,
Correct.
woman.
Okay, and we see from the FetLife chat, I'm going to ask the court to share Defense 191. I've got 181.
191.
191, but Judge, I have 181 pulled up instead. We can just talk about it. In Defense Exhibit 191, one of the FetLife chats, we see the discussion between parties, and the Anastasia persona says, "How has been your experience so far?" Correct?
Correct.
Okay. On January 30th of 2023 at 10:47 p.m., the CBRN 920@gmail account logs in to FetLife again, correct?
It does, I believe.
Okay, and we went through 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield was in Reston near the Lifetime Fitness at 10:52 p.m. But Juliana Perez Magales was at home, correct?
I believe she was.
Okay, and had been since she left Lifetime ahead of Brendan Banfield, correct?
I believe she also arrived ahead of him, but yes.
Okay, and in Defense 194, we looked at the FetLife chats and we see again the phrasing, "I don't plan on having many people anyways." That was one of the chats that occurred while Juliana was home and Brendan was at somewhere, correct?
It's a portion of the activity that occurred that evening.
Okay. Looking at February 7th of 2023, 10:02 p.m., CBRN logs into the laptop, FetLife, and we have 4 exhibits to show us that Brendan Banfield is at a Sunoco, correct?
I Can't see them, but I believe that's
Okay,
accurate.
and we don't have any idea why he's hanging out at a Sunoco at 10 PM, do we?
I assume getting gas, but I don't know. I was
Well,
not there.
he's there for a bit, correct?
3 minutes?
Okay, all right. So looking then at February 13th of 2023, 7:33 a.m., we have the CBRN login, again on the laptop, again to FetLife. And again, we have 7 exhibits to show that Brendan Banfield is not in the home, but we don't know anything about Juliana, but for the fact that she's at home, correct?
Yes, and the fact that
Well, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. On February 17th, same story, 11:19, CBRN login on the laptop. He's not at the house. 6 exhibits to show us he's not at the house, but we got nothing on Juliana Perez Magalis. And we have a FetLife exchange that asks something about liking nurse in the scrub, correct?
again, not seeing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. February 19th, 2023. The laptop is looking for secure messaging apps. You brought out the fact that the 2-factor authentication codes that are sent to the phone are not deleted. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but these are text messages that come through. You have requested this code if you didn't call for help, right? Something to that effect. We all get
Essentially.
those all the time, right?
We do.
Okay.
I do.
I do. All right. And when we move on to February 20th, 2023, at 10:58, we've got the laptop at home in use. And again, the location data suggests that both Juliana and Brendan are at Lifetime Fitness, right? Do you remember this one? This one's noteworthy because she's not on FetLife.
She being,
Christine, presumably, right? The laptop is not on FetLife. The laptop is not on Telegram during this window when Juliana and Brendan are both absent from the home.
that might be. I'd have to look, but I think there was a period of time. There's obviously a period of time before the activity occurs where
Okay.
I don't know where everybody is.
Right. Well, but we know that the adults are out of the house, but for Christine, presumably, and she's not using this opportunity to hook up online, right?
I guess that's fair.
Okay. But as soon as Juliana gets home, which we know because her iPhone connects to the home network at 11:06, by 11:08, we're logged on, talking on FetLife, right?
Possibly, I'd have to see the slides, but that sounds right.
Okay, I'm just noting from your testimony. If it sounds incorrect, let me know, we can dig in, but to the best of your recollection, did you testify that 11:08 CBRN is logged on, and then from that point, we move forward to chats with FetLife?
It sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. At 11:58 that same night, Christine Banfield's phone sends a text message to Brendan Banfield, I think it's Facebook Messenger again, saying that she's going to bed, bring up the toilet paper, and Brendan responds, "I'll be up in a couple," correct?
I remember that, yes.
Okay, and then we see that Christine's phone, again, the phone continues to browse Sheen, nursing schools, and pens, right?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, meanwhile, literally 2 minutes later, Telegram is in use on the laptop. Correct?
Sounds accurate.
Right, so on the dot, midnight, that Telegram call takes place on the laptop. 2 minutes after her husband says, "I'll be up in a couple." Correct?
Sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. Moving to February 21st, this one didn't fall into your timeline, but did you see the Google return? And let me just show you Commonwealth's 243, Judge, I would offer at this point in time. And if I can have that displayed to the witness and to counsel.
All right.
Mr. Olitsky, do you recognize this magnet report? I'm going to scroll down so you can see the processing details and then the the extraction location, and then here we have the activity. Is this a magnet report from the Commonwealth's extractions of the devices?
This is not one I've seen before.
Okay. If I were to draw your attention to the device, as a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, which we understand to be Mr. Banfield's phone, does that help you identify this document?
I believe that's the model phone he has, but this document looks like it was generated 2 days ago.
Correct. Because again, it's an extraction, it's a report from the previous extraction. Are you telling me you don't recognize the phone as the defendant's?
I believe that's the model phone he had, yes.
Okay. Do you need another minute to look at this?
I haven't really seen anything to,
How about that? Is that helpful?
okay.
Okay. And we can see that we've got the extraction, we've got the dump data, and then we see that this is a search performed on Google by Mr. Banfield's phone on February 21st, 2023 at 11:35 a.m. searching delete your activity, Android, Google.
I agree, Rachel.
Is that correct?
It is.
Okay, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would offer this in evidence as Commonwealth 243.
Any objection? Put your microphone on again. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection, it's hearsay. It's Detective Miller's report. It's a way of getting around their expert coming to testify.
All right.
Judge, it's an extraction and a magnet report based on the extraction, the same thing this gentleman's been testifying to as materials that he reviewed to perform his analysis.
If you want to approach.
Sure.
I just haven't seen.
Nothing about sidebar. I agree with you. This is how it should go. I think this guy's attorney needs to go back to school because this woman is doing it right. This woman is easy to follow. I'm following this. Getting a headache out. Now that the cold is gone, the allergies are starting to come back. I say, no, in Jesus' name, be gone, allergies. Y'all, the allergies. I'm getting stuffy again. That's how you know you don't have a cold and it's allergies. Because for one full day, I was fine. And now they're coming back.
243 in evidence.
Thank you. All right, so again, we've identified this is a Google search for delete your activity, Android Google account help, correct?
It is.
Okay. February 23rd, 2023, we've got at 9:25 p.m., is the night before the murder, all of the devices are home, correct?
Can you say the time again, please? I'm sorry.
9:25
Same to
p.m.,
you.
February 23rd,
Raquel.
2023, night before the murder.
Same to you,
All of
love.
the devices are home.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from 9:25 to 9:40, the laptop is looking at Dominican resorts, correct?
I believe that's accurate, yes.
Okay, but for 2 minutes, 9:35 to 9:37, when someone hops on Telegram real quick, sends a message, and then pops back off, right?
That is accurate, the
Okay.
timing.
We don't see Telegram in use on the laptop again until 11 o'clock that night.
Correct?
The same time that we see Christine Banfield's phone pick up the search for Punta Cana resorts, correct?
It wasn't a search, it was a message with a link to a specific resort.
Okay, great. The phone gets busy planning this vacation, accurate?
Sure, yes.
Okay. You pointed out that there was a gap in the phone usage from 9:51 to 11 o'clock when it picks up with the resort, correct?
That was only with regard to either messaging or website visitation.
Okay.
She never does this until this week.
You can't say that Christine and Brendan weren't planning a family vacation. Can you?
Well,
I can't say they weren't.
Correct. You don't know. They could have been sitting at the kitchen table planning a family vacation that night. You have no way of knowing, right?
I do not.
Okay. And we only have those 2 minutes of Telegram usage. You can't say that he didn't hop on the laptop really quick, check Telegram while she was in the bathroom, hopped off before she got back to their vacation planning. Can you?
I cannot.
good point.
Okay. But
Good
at
point.
11 p.m., we know that the two devices diverge in what they're doing. The laptop moves into heavy, sustained Telegram usage with Joe Ryan, and the phone goes off to bed searching for vacations.
I didn't say, and I don't think I could say that the phone's necessarily separated physically. There's no evidence to suggest that they did or didn't.
Okay. Okay, but their usage certainly separates in tenor, if you will.
The laptop transitioned to Telegram and FetLife centric activity, and the phone, started with the vacation messaging and then just went into benign activity, minimal benign activity after that.
All right, Judge, I would ask the court to share Commonwealth's 209 with the witness and counsel. Start at the top.
So the court has its own tech person putting up all the evidence. I like that.
Mr. Litsky, does this one look familiar to you?
It does. It doesn't, it doesn't, but
Okay.
it does.
Well, do you recognize this as a report from the extraction of Christine Banfield's cell phone?
I believe that's what it is. I thought the extraction from her cell phone had a different name, but otherwise it comports with that, yes.
And you were able to register from this document the activity of Christine Banfield's cell phone on the morning of the murder, is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
Judge Commonwealth would offer this as Commonwealth's 209.
Any objection?
Jane for justice. I cannot do honey. I'm deadly allergic to all forms of citrus, as far as lemons, limes, oranges, and grapefruits, for example. And if a bee has been pollinating on a citrus flower and I digest it, I've done this. I went into anaphylactic shock, and yeah, EpiPen, EMS, the whole 9 yards. I am that sensitive to citrus, so can't do it. Can't do honey.
Okay, 209.
Okay, and we can see from this document that at 6:46 a.m., Christine Banfield's phone is shut down, correct?
This would indicate that a shutdown profile was initiated, yes.
And Judge, if I can cut and move to Commonwealth's 207.
See if I can find a place that she's happy on my desk,
This is the.
because I can't sit and hold her that long.
I believe.
You
I've
gonna lay
seen it,
down?
yes.
Okay, and this is just the deeper dive
down?
into what the phone did as it began its shutdown procedure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Lay down.
Commonwealth would offer this as 207.
Any objection? 207.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So with Christine's phone powered off at 6:46 a.m., we then know that Mr. Banfield is, as you correctly stated, seen on surveillance video at the McDonald's at 7:29 a.m., correct?
I think from about 7:20 to 7:37, yes.
Okay, he's there a while, correct?
He leaves and returns.
Okay, and then he goes into the bathroom for 7 minutes, right?
I believe that's about accurate, yes.
And at 7:24, you've told us that Juliana's steps stop. She's just waiting in her car, correct?
I don't know where she was or what she was doing, but her step count stopped, and I believe that's consistent with what from interviews and other witness statements, yes, that comports.
Okay, but you didn't track her travel to someplace else, correct? You said you don't know that she's waiting in her car, but you know she didn't go anywhere else, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Like,
And
which?
at 7:37, you know from the call records that Mr. Banfield receives a phone call from Juliana, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He does not call 911, correct?
I don't believe he did.
Okay. And at 7:42, you told us that Juliana is moving again.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So from approximately 7:25, 7:30, we have both Juliana and Mr. Banfield just not going anywhere, correct?
And out of the house, correct.
Okay. Couple of things I want to ask you about. Not sure if you can answer, but did you notice that on January 13th and 14th, there was no activity on FetLife or on Telegram while Juliana and Mr. Banfield were out of state?
I'm not sure I noticed all of those things put together, but I know there were periods of inactivity, yes.
Okay, and another such period of inactivity was January 31st to February 1st when Brendan and Juliana were together in Winchester, Virginia?
That I am more familiar with, yes.
Okay.
So, in all honesty, if you are cheating on your husband and you're doing FetLife and stuff like that, and your husband has gone out of state with the au pair or out of town with the au pair and your daughter, wouldn't that be the most opportune time to hook up? I would think she would be, if she was using FetLife, I would think that she would be blowing up the phone on FetLife when they're out of town. That would be my humble opinion. And I like where she's going with this.
And just to be perfectly clear, we've been through a lot here, and we've made it very clear, I think, that you can only testify to what the phones were doing. You cannot tell us who was manipulating the phones. You cannot tell us who made the phones do the things. You can only tell us what the phones were doing, what the laptop was doing, and where it was located when those acts occurred, correct?
That's one part of my analysis.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge.
Redirect.
My cup warmer just melted something.
Mr. Litsky, in terms of your testimony, when you're looking at devices, you're looking to determine if there are points or there are times when devices can be taken or can be moved or taken away from the person who would otherwise be, it would be their device, correct?
Yes, in a scheme as the one described in this investigation or the one alleged in this investigation, absolutely.
And we're talking about, you're talking about a scheme, you're talking about a catfishing scheme, right?
That is correct.
And so one of the items that you look to is where are gaps where control can be lost, correct?
Yes, not only gaps where control could be lost, but gaps where there was positive control, if that makes sense.
And what do you mean by positive control?
Well, on the night of the 23rd of February, we have sustained activity from 10:59 p.m. through 11:49 p.m. So that's a That's it's almost an hour. It's 15 minutes. So that's an hour where a laptop, to Ms. Sands's point, that maybe was being shared together as a vacation was being planned. We have a phone that's still active and in use. So that's a full hour where the laptop is just, missing, based on one aspect of this theory. And that's, inconsistent with somebody who might be used to having their device close by. On the night of January 17th, we have the FetLife photograph downloaded to Ms. Banfield's laptop at, I think, 10:03 p.m. And then 45 minutes later is when it was edited and uploaded to the FetLife site. So whoever performed the activity at 10:48 that evening and manipulated the photo and uploaded it and created FetLife had to have known and been the one that downloaded it 45 minutes earlier at 10:03. So that's a gap where either the entire laptop was, out of Ms. Banfield's possession through the government's theory, or somebody went in, performed some activity, got out, came back 45 minutes later, took the laptop and continued what they were doing. So there are stretches. It may not just be for a 2-minute instance when somebody's at the bathroom. And my analysis and my opinions transcend the entirety of the window here from January 9th up to the morning of February 24th. So one instance might be explainable. 3 becomes a bit of a pattern. More than that becomes a trend. So I'm looking at this activity over time, over space, happening again and again and again and again, and whether or not it makes sense that the mechanics of the theory of catfishing sort of sustain over that time period. And I hope that makes sense. I'm also looking for consistencies in witness statements. I'm looking at whatever other data points I can observe in the analysis.
Now, with regard to a theory such as catfishing, there are inconsistencies that you look for if you're
Objection leading.
correct?
Sustained.
What, if any, inconsistencies would you look for if you were investigating catfishing? Or consistencies?
Well, there are a number of things that to me don't make sense. So the idea of, say, deleting the Telegram two-factor authentication message so that Ms. Banfield would not see it in the morning and realize that somebody had tampered with her device.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Should I just rephrase or?
No, we have the next question.
Okay.
Thank you.
In terms of the data that you've analyzed, well, let me start over and ask you this way. These 3 accounts that were created in January are inextricably intertwined, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, connection is there between these 3?
There's your what if any.
They are intertwined. As I believe I testified, the Gmail account was used to set up the FetLife account. The FetLife account was used to transition certain parties over to Telegram communication, so that whoever set up the FetLife account needed to have access to and be aware of the Gmail account. Whoever was using the Telegram account in this instance needed to be aware of the FetLife account. And the Gmail account, unless you knew it existed and knew what the password was, you wouldn't log into it. You couldn't log into it. It's like every other Gmail account we don't know about.
And that would get everything else started, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Leading.
And would that be required for the other 2 accounts?
Yes, the Gmail account was required to set up the FetLife account, access to the Gmail account to confirm the FetLife account.
Okay, I no longer do this. However, there are a lot of people that have one password they use for everything, or they have like 1A 2B C 3 4 4 4, and then the next will be 2A 2B 3C 4 4 4. But then again, my kids know all my passwords. If they can't get it on this one, they know the modifications. They know how I think, what I do, and how I do it. That is not unusual. I don't think this is as difficult as he's making it sound, in my humble
Telegram account
opinion.
was dependent on the FetLife account. So anybody who has knowledge of any one of the three accounts owns them all, in essence. You wouldn't stumble upon the Telegram account and just pick up a conversation that's been
Objection
on.
calls for speculation.
It's speculation.
What's the likelihood of discovering an account such or
Objection, foundation.
Finish your question.
what's the likelihood of continuing conversations that you discover that come from FetLife or from Telegram?
Objection, foundation.
Sustain is the foundation, if you're already foundation.
In terms of
Think we're getting ready to have another sidebar.
Fishing, did you have an opinion as to whether the alleged scheme by the Commonwealth is consistent or inconsistent with catfishing?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't, have I asked that question?
And many more, but yes.
Yes. Let's calling your attention to 7:33 on February 24, 2023. Do you
AM,
remember,
yes.
do you remember what 7:33 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you remember what device was being used at that time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What, if any, based upon what you know through your investigation, were you able to conclude whether or not Christine Banfield had lost control of her device on that day?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
Your Honor, it's based upon his
If you want to
investigation.
approach, we can do talking objections.
I knew we were getting ready for a sidebar. It was just going there, y'all.
In terms of January 9th, is it true that, well, what if
Objection,
anything
leading.
would someone need to know in order to carry on these?
He didn't even
these
stop.
other account openings?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, I think the answer is.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
As to January 9th, what if anything would someone need to know in order to open up these other accounts?
So January 9th was the email account opening, the Gmail account opening. You just have to know how to open an account on Gmail, I guess. I'm sorry if I'm missing.
And well, okay, and if you did not open up that account on Gmail, how would you know, what other means by which could you know about these other accounts?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection to that question.
In examining the accounts that are at the heart of this, which would be the Gmail account, the FetLife account, and the Telegram account, we've already gone over. Gmail is crucial to that, correct?
It started, yes, it was required for the FetLife account.
And in order to open the Telegram account, you would need the Gmail account?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. If you were not present at the Gmail account, would it be possible to open up the Telegram after it had been created?
The Telegram was not dependent on the Gmail account, but it fed off the FetLife account, which was dependent on the Gmail account.
Okay, and so the same question. If you weren't involved in setting up the suspect Gmail account, would you be able to communicate on FetLife?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled, if you can answer this one.
I'm sorry, could you ask it again, please?
If you weren't involved in setting up the Gmail account on January 9th, would you be able to participate in FetLife conversations when that was open on January 17th?
No, you couldn't operate FetLife without access to the Gmail account.
And counsel has said to you that you can't know who's behind any particular device, correct?
Correct.
And in digital forensics, that's generally the way it goes,
Objection leading.
correct?
Overruled, if you can answer.
Generally, but inferences can be made with additional context and additional data points.
And so the analysis and the experience that one requires in order to come to those conclusions is in replace
That's
of
a
having an
first.
eyewitness or having a camera or anything like that.
Objection
correct?
leading.
Sustained.
What are the
What are you doing?
tools that you use in order to arrive at conclusions, other than having
Objection
a camera?
asked and answered.
Sustained, asked and answered.
Other than having a camera on someone and knowing if they're using a device, what, if anything, can you do as a digital forensic examiner in order to arrive at opinion relating to use of device or not using their device?
Well, quite simply, if there are three people involved in an allegation and two people could be confirmed out of the house, then I think a strong inference can be made that the third person in the house is responsible
Okay,
for
thinking
device
about,
activity or internet activity, account activity that occurs from the house.
Now, was the Telegram application always on the laptop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can have a seat, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I assume he's not subject to
Woohoo!
recall, correct?
No.
Okay, you're free to go if you'd like, or you can stay. All right, thank you. I think we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. That sound good? All right, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break. Please don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case, okay? Thank you.
Okay, y'all, I am so excited. I am so excited that guy is off the stand. But I can tell you, he's more excited than I am. Waiting to see if they have any business. Uh-oh, we got a sidebar. Y'all, look. Uh-oh, where am I? I'm off. That's weird.
Recess till 3:35.
All right.
Still working on it. We got about 15 minutes. I'm going to zoom. You're right. Whoever said that they had a violent seal, they do. Oh, you think the defense got shut down? I think they did shut some of it down. But hello, Miss June, glorious June, one of my favorite months. My daughter was born in June, Miss June. Y'all, I can't get used to my cat being on my back like this. She is like all in it. Look at her. There's a heating pad. That's the gray right here. That's a heating pad. And she's all like, please. Now all I need is monkey butt up here. All we need is monkey butt up here. I want to thank everybody for all your comments today. Chat has been really good today. Thank you so much. I love it when y'all are chatting and bantering back and forth. It really makes my day a whole lot funner. It really does. So, was going to post a poll. June, do you want to do it or you want me to do it? About whether or not the defendant's going to testify. Well, we know the defendant's going to testify. I wonder if he's going to be the next witness. I don't know. But please leave your DNA, and don't forget, you guys, if you haven't already, please subscribe. I have to tell you, I created that. And that was not easy. I'm learning. But you know what? Objection, Maximo, stealing the show. I think every time we have an objection, we need to do this. What do you think, Miss June? And we have another objection. What is this? Bro, I haven't had enough coffee for this. Where's the other objection? Oh. Camouflage won't hide the truth in this courtroom. Where's the objection? There it is. Let me put it up to next to Maximo. Okay. Objection, Your Honor. This witness is positively biased. So from now on, I think, and don't let it ride. Just click it once and then click it off. Just click it once and click it off. If you let it ride, it takes too long. And then we have this. Oh, I love these two. Defense rests literally on the grass. Love that one. But my all-time favorite, thank you so much for your support, my Heidi the Highlander. I sat and colored the Highlander page last night. It was way cool. But those almost need crayons. There's too much open space and I don't have any crayons. Hello. We don't use her, June. We need to use her more often. Could be a him. But if you click on it and then you click off, it doesn't run the whole time. That's cool too. All right, guys. So, in my humble opinion, if I was a juror right now, I could see them being on the fence. I could see them. I could. It depends on how you receive the defense's star witness. I think a lot is going to hinge on if there's a rebuttal. If I was the prosecution, I would be trying to get a rebuttal witness in there, y'all. Sorry. I would be trying to get I would try to get a rebuttal. I would have already had a rebuttal witness to this expert witness. Y'all, I wish I had my glasses. My eyes are not happy to. What, baby? Okay. Maybe these will help. Maybe that's why I'm getting a headache. These are my great granny's glasses. These are like 100 years old. And they're working for distance. Nothing up close. But they take that edge off. Thanks to my mod, Angela, who turned me on to this wonderful place to buy glasses. Now, I'm not sponsored by them, but I'd love to be. I will let you know who they are once my glasses come in and I know I'm satisfied. The frames look like crap on me, but they take the stress off of the distance because I really have been struggling with that. I really have been struggling a lot. Ari, when are you going to give the hat to your friend, Ari? You got a friend? Oh, you think the witness? Oh, thank you, Miss June. Y'all go grab the poll. Go grab the poll. Well, okay, we got uncertain and we got, how many do we got right now? Oh, 100% uncertain. But Miss Ari, have you given the hat to your second friend? I am working on yours, but I'm going to do something special to it. Something very special. So I'm not going to do it where you can see it. It's going to be a total surprise. You'll have to take a picture and send it to us when you get it. But I'm working on it. It's going to take a little more time because I'm going to do something special. For you, those who don't know, I take cowboy hats and I bead Native American beadwork around the edges, and it takes forever to do. But I'm not going to work on hers online because I want her to be totally surprised. I don't like the shape of these, but they do work. On another channel, thank you very much for that. And someone said there were 5 witnesses before BB. I hope she's wrong. I hope so too, because I remember him saying 3 witnesses. And then I think the prosecution said they may have 2 in rebuttal. Now they may have changed that, which is very possible. Very possible. Hey, I'd love to get, I won't put it on air, I won't put them up live, Ari, without consent, but learn the hard way. But my question to you is can you get your friends to take a picture of themselves in a hat? A good one for my portfolio, because I didn't take pictures of the hats. I really love to have them with people on, and they don't take them straight up. They kind of take them like that, so you can see it. But it would be nice. It would be really nice. But they don't have to. It's up to them. What's in chat?
All right. If Mr. Banfield, you could just stand for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm just going to ask you a few questions, okay, sir? All right.
Oh, here we go. He is
There we
going to
go.
testify.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Banfield, do you understand you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you speak up just a little bit for me? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
With this right, the jury cannot take it into consideration or hold it against you if you choose not to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And I also would instruct them on this right. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. By testifying, you understand you waive this constitutional right.
Yes.
By testifying, do you understand that this waiver is unconditional? In other words, even if your attorney only asks you questions about certain topics, the Commonwealth will have the ability to ask you about other topics as well, even if they were not brought up on direct. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you discussed with your lawyer about testifying or not testifying?
Yes.
And after discussing it with him and considering what I just told you, is it your decision today to testify?
Yes.
And are you entering this decision to testify freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
All right. Sir, I do find your decision to testify has been made knowingly, intelligently, and with a knowledge of the consequence of the waiver, and I'll accept your waiver this time. You can have a seat, sir. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just to let counsel know, the jury can come on Friday, 10 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. Okay. Somebody has an appointment at 4:30 and somebody's has an appointment at 9:30 or going to be here at 9:30. So, but they can do 10 to 4:30 on Friday.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to pop this up so she can see. Yes, I do sell them. This is up for sale. I made it for somebody. They gave me the wrong size hat, and it's a dear friend of mine. This is a large. I love this because it fits beautifully. It has a band on it. But this is the beadwork on this particular hat. And yes, I do sell them. They are not cheap. It is, I will custom make the band when it sells, and they are an hour an inch. I kid you not. That's what it takes, about an hour an inch. So yes, they are for sale. Private message me in Discord if you're interested. Woohoo! Testify time. Put the hand on that Bible, boo. All right, let's go.
Okay, that's
I
fine.
do baseball caps. The brims on baseball caps the same. Those are a lot less expensive. The baseball caps start at $80, not including the cost of the hat. For a straight design with no zigzags, it's just straight bead design. All right, y'all. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Each row of beads, the thread goes through it a total of 3 times. So you break one of the thread at any point, you're not going to lose a lot of beads. You may lose a row, if that. And they are guaranteed. So if it breaks, I repair them. You pay for the shipping.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Your next witness?
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right, could you just move the microphone up? There you go.
Your Honor, I call Brendan Banfield.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Brendan Banfield, BrendanBanfield.
And Brendan, how old are you?
40.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
I am on the phone. I'll be right back. A deaf client.
Me, Christine, and my daughter Valerie.
And what kind of things would you do? And well, prior to you having Valerie, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy together?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with. We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time, we played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when Valerie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not 1 yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things, and sorry, once again, before Valerie, what kind of things would, in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy doing together?
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, 2 huskies that we took care of. We're often taking them on our walks and hikes.
And so, in addition to those things, you also both worked?
Yes.
And what did Christine do for work?
Christine had several different jobs. Her primary position was as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse. At other points, she did private health care for an individual family. She also did some product training for medical devices, and she also worked as a sexual assault nurse examiner for several years.
Okay. And where was that? Was that in New York?
Those were in New York, and when we came to Virginia, she continued as a pediatric intensive care unit nurse and trainer for Inova here in Virginia.
Okay. Now, in terms of your work, when you were in New York, what did you do?
I mostly worked for the Internal Revenue Service. Before I came to Virginia, I was a tax compliance officer. I also worked at a math tutoring center known as Mathnasium, where I was center director, and Christine actually worked there
Okay.
with me
Was
as
this
well.
Was this a business that the two of you owned?
Yes, this was a business that we owned together and worked at together.
Okay, and how did you divide the duties in this small business?
Generally, we had about 5 to 7 employees in addition to ourselves. I ran most of the day-to-day activity which would be the after-school hours for when kids would come and study math with the tutors. I did math assessments. I spoke to the parents about where their child was and how we could generally get them to where they would be needed to be, where at their current grade level. Christine helped quite a lot with the hiring process. She worked on marketing. She also spent a lot of time tutoring some of the younger students.
And how long did the two of you run that business together?
About 3 years.
Okay. And when you moved from New York to Virginia, what, if anything, did you do with the business?
Prior to moving to Virginia, we sold the business because we weren't going to be able to operate it from Virginia.
Now, you indicated previously that Valerie was born up in New York. How old was she when she came down to Virginia with you?
I believe about 11 months. I don't know the exact date that we moved here, but yes.
Now, in terms of Christine's career and your career moving from New York to Virginia, were you both in line with coming down here for your job?
It was a promotion for myself, but it was also ended up being a promotion for Christine when she applied to Inova, because she was going to be training the newer hires as well after she finished her own orientation period. And so this was going to be a pay raise, and she always liked mentoring new nurses when she was at Stony Brook Hospital. So this allowed her to more formally control some of the training process of the nurses in the pediatric ICU.
And so did she look at this move, even though it was for your job and your training, did she look at this as something that was a positive, or?
I would say that once she started applying to positions here, because she applied to like Children's National Hospital and a few others, and she realized some of the opportunities with her background, that this was going to be positive for her career as well. But I mean, she was also concerned because we weren't going to be next to our family, which was mainly in New York at that point.
Okay.
But there was a lot of benefit, and we viewed that it was beneficial to us and our family and Valerie.
Now, you met when you were 18, so how long were you together, including your non-married life and married life?
About 19 and a half years.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Christine?
For the most part, we were pretty inseparable. We were together the entire time. We didn't break up at any point. We were from college to our first jobs after college, to buying our first house together, to marriage, to getting a dog and a second dog, and then moving down here. We were always together, always planning for the future. This was part of our life.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about Valerie. Were you and Christine actively involved in Valerie's life?
Yes, I would say that we were very active in Valerie's life.
Okay, when you invited Valerie into the family, when she came into the family, how did that work within regard to your family dynamic?
Mr. Carroll, I think you had the wrong name. When you invited Valerie into the family,
Their daughter?
the daughter?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when Valerie was born, I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
So I'm sorry, there's a little confusion, I apologize. Valerie, your daughter, I said invited her into your life.
Yeah.
When she was born, how did that affect the relationship, and how did you all kind of change to take care of Valerie?
I would say that Valerie brought all of our family closer together, including my mother and our in-laws. It kind of brought everyone near to each other. There was a lot of overlap, a lot of family visits, a lot of care from specifically both grandmothers, helping both me and Christine when Valerie was born, and that it was a very joyous moment for our family. She was really the first grandchild for both sets of grandparents.
And so when she was born, it sounded like a positive thing for everything.
Yes.
And what, if any, involvement? did you
Spoiled.
have
So
in-
I guess that's his mother and father.
What involvement did Christine have, knowing that you're both working full time?
So our schedules are a bit strange for childcare purposes. Christine would work 12.5-hour shifts, which generally meant that she was leaving at 6:30 in the morning and would be coming back at roughly 7:30 at night. When I was in New York, I was working 6 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. And so on days where both of us were working, generally one of the grandmothers was the primary caregiver when Christine's maternity leave and my leave ended after Valerie was born.
Okay, and so it worked out between all of you?
Yes, it seemed to be going pretty well.
Okay, now, how old is Valerie now?
Valerie's she'll be 8 in March, so 7 currently.
Okay, and do you?
Oh, man.
Since this situation has started, do you have contact with her?
Yes, I talk to her basically every day by video chat, often also by phone.
Now, when she was younger, what kind of involvement did you have with her education?
I spent a lot of time on her education. I guess I've spent a lot of time teaching math over the years, and even from before she was in preschool, I spent a lot of time basically what I would call numerical fluency, starting with counting and moving up through. I've currently been working with times tables with her, which is above grade level. So I've been doing math work with her basically from 2 until present. But I also monitor quite a bit of what work she does at school. And with this, I spend a lot of time reading with her, and we do, I guess I would say that I make, I call them activity pages, but essentially they're like crossword puzzles and word searches, rhyming words, or consonant combinations, such as like ST or CK. And then I'll give a description of a word, and then the word will match. So if it was like TR, and this is a plant that grows tall, she might write tree, and things like that, so that she would work additionally on whatever letter combinations they're currently working on in school as additional practice. I do a lot of design work for that also.
Okay, and you're designing these things for her to be able to continue kind of working with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about things like science and engineering and all that sort of thing? Did you ever get into any of that with?
So we always did quite a bit of Legos, basically starting at like 2. But after that, we started doing these projects from Kiwi Company, where you would do things like make a little device that would spin a coin for you, or that would launch a disc and you could aim it at a target. We went past that, and now we were doing these Crunch Lab boxes, where we were working on things like rocket launches, and there was quite a few others. There was designing of animals and like stuffed animals, and there was also like different circuits where it would show you how to design basically a button, and then when pressing the button would allow like animations to move or things like that, and it would show more details of how a lot of electronics would work.
What kind of things would you and Christine do with her?
We spent a lot of time in nature, the 3 of us. Behind our house is Frying Pan Farm. So walking distance, we have walking trails, and we can walk to Frying Pan Farm where Valerie would definitely like to see the animals. We had a membership to the National Aquarium in Baltimore, and that was, we went there frequently. Sorry, was there more to your question?
It was about the 3 of you doing things together.
We would go on vacations. There was quite a bit of spending time with family in terms of going to the water, whether going to the beaches or being with the in-laws going to.
Hold on, everybody. Welcome my ASL interpreter. Woo! Okay, Miss Diane, real quick. This here is the defendant. He has just started testifying. I will be the lawyer. You'll be the defendant. Don't mind. Yeah, you don't. Yeah, that looks really good. Your lighting is perfect. But I do need to talk to you tonight about you interpreting something for me. Okay, guys, we're going to go into interpreting mode. Okay. All right, here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. I'm going to go change shirts.
Now, how did you observe the relationship between Christine and Valerie?
Christine loved Valerie very dearly. And Valerie was very attached to her mother. It was tragic, their separation, but when Valerie was always very excited as soon as Christine would get home from work, she would run up to her mother and say, be happy, and call her mama. And, they spent quite a bit of time doing art-related projects. Christine would often bring Valerie to dance when she was not working.
Now, did you love your wife?
Very much.
Did you want to continue your marriage with your wife?
Yes.
Do you love your daughter, Valerie?
More than anything.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to show some pictures,
Okay,
if I can.
all right.
Judge, I might need some assistance from
All right, sir,
Mr.
can you help
Litsky.
him?
I can't see. Sir, can you see the picture that's on the screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd identify that as defense exhibit number 220. Do you recall that situation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Any objection?
If we could lay some foundation.
All right, just a foundation.
Do you recall this event?
Yes,
When was that?
this was a trip that we took that was in Pennsylvania. We had gone to the Poconos, and we spent some days there in a cabin. This was during that trip. We went to a mud run called Warrior Dash.
And do you remember when that occurred?
I mean, not the exact date, but I would say that it was, I would say it was in 2018.
Okay, so would that have been?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, probably, sorry. I think it's closer to like 2015.
Okay, so that would have been when you were living in New York?
Yes.
And that would have been prior to Valerie?
Yes.
And is this Christine with you?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, move that in as defense exhibit 220.
Judge, I'm not sure how a 10-year-old photo is relevant, but given that,
Do you have an objection or not?
no, it's fine.
No objection to 220.
And so was this a plan that you made to go to the mud run, or is this something that you just?
No,
how did it come about?
We planned a whole trip to the Poconos. We went to a concert while we were there. We spent time in a cabin. We did quite a bit of hiking. It was a fun trip.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm gonna move to the next slide.
All right.
That would be identified as exhibit 221. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Was this the same race?
It is not.
Where is this located?
This one took place on Long Island, close to our house in, I believe, Calverton.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as defense exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No.
221.
Sorry, Your Honor, to the next slide. Exhibit 365. Is that a picture? What is that a picture of?
This is a picture of me and Christine on a fishing boat that leaves out of Port Jefferson.
And do you know when that was?
Probably 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I think I said, I think it's 365. Did I say that?
Yeah, you said
Okay,
365.
thank you. Your Honor, move that in as exhibit 365.
Any objection?
No.
365.
And sir, do you see this video or this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who's depicted in this photograph?
This is me and Valerie, and Christine's face seems to be cut off, but I believe that's her as
Is that
well.
her in there? Okay. And do you know when that was taken?
This appears to be when Valerie was 4, probably the fall before Christine died.
Your Honor, move this in as defense exhibit 366.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
366.
Sir, do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
And who is that with you?
Christine.
And is that, well, tell me what it is.
I believe that this is at a rehearsal dinner for one of our friends' weddings, the day before their wedding.
And where did that take place? New York or Virginia?
New York.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 367.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
367.
Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
And what if, who are the people involved in that?
This is me, Christine, and Valerie.
And do you remember that?
This is on a flight from here in Virginia to Florida before we were going on a cruise. This would have been in 2022.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 368.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
368.
Sir, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, this is me, Christine, and Valerie on the cruise after that flight.
Your Honor, I move that in as 369.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
369.
And sir, do you remember this?
Yes, this is on the same cruise at a formal dinner that we went to there. And this is Valerie is excited for, I believe, dessert to be coming, and Christine seems very happy about it.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 370.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
370.
Sir, do you see the exhibit on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
We took 2 cruises in 2022. This would be the one that's in November. This was the first time Valerie went ice skating. I took her ice skating on the cruise ship.
And was that Christine taking the picture, do you know?
I think I took the picture myself.
Okay, was Christine on that cruise?
Christine was on the cruise, but she did not go ice skating.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 371.
Any objection?
No. Thank you.
371.
And sir, do you see this?
Yes.
And what is this a picture of?
This is on that same cruise. We were with our friends. Another couple. They have a son that's the same age as Valerie. They would be the ones that took this photo.
Your Honor, I move that as Exhibit 372.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
372.
Do you remember this picture, sir?
Yes.
Where was that?
This is in New York, when Valerie was still less than 1.
And did Christine take this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Exhibit 373.
Any objection?
No objection.
373.
I think you skipped like 20.
Yeah, I must have.
We just decided on a sign name for Christine. I got to move the mic a little closer. Shaken Christine or Christine for nurse. Because this could look like aunt or cousin. Yeah, I had a deaf person. She's watching. She called in a minute ago and she was watching and you hopped on. I mean, it was perfect that you hopped on because she just called me recently and I said that I would try and contact you and then you pop in. But she just sent me a text on the phone. Are we saying cousin? hence Christine. All right.
Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And who are the people in that photo?
This is my grandmother. Valerie calls her Gigi. And this is Valerie when she was still 0. This is at my mom's house in New York.
All right, move that in as Exhibit 374.
Any objection?
Judge, at this point, I am going to
You wanna
object to
approach-
relevance.
You want to approach?
You're right, Vanessa. It's very scary how mild mannered this man is. That is his parents. And I think maybe an aunt that's sitting next to the mom. I don't know.
Sir, can you see the photo on the screen, Exhibit 375?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
Christine took a picture of me when Valerie was only a couple months old. Valerie snuggled up with me in bed.
You're going to move that in as Exhibit 375?
Any objection?
Judge, objection, relevance, and cumulative.
I will sustain the objection.
Relevance. Connection.
Sir, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of this photo in terms of your family?
This is taken in Georgia, in Brunswick, Georgia. This is the day of my graduation from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Academy. And Christine and Valerie had visited me for the graduation ceremony.
You're going to move this in as Commonwealth or Defense Exhibit 377?
I'm sorry, Judge, same objection, relevance, and cumulative.
Sustain the objection. Relevance and cumulative.
Sir, let's move on. Did you have a relationship with Juliana Perez Magahais?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when did that start?
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters of the cultural care exchange that she came through? Do you know?
She would come and provide childcare for the family. It would include room and board, that she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45 hours a week, and she would generally provide a loving environment and activities for Valerie.
Okay. And had you had a previous au pair before her?
Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years.
And so Juliana was your second au pair?
Correct.
And so explain kind of from when she got there in October 21, what were
Juliana has a long name, so it's JM. JM?
her duties, and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working?
So once we moved to Virginia, our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days, but I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valerie go to, say, a daycare, because generally they're not open at 6:30 in the morning until nighttime. So generally, the au pair that we had would work similar hours to that Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do.
So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact would you have on a daily basis prior to having a relationship?
Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valerie was getting to, say, dance lessons if Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valerie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valerie on days that they were working.
Okay. And when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else?
In August of 2022.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened.
So in August, Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday. So I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valerie were in New York, and Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just
Sure.
interrupt. Where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen. I believe she was upstairs in her room.
Okay. Sorry. Please go. Continue.
It was a unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time. I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Okay, and what if anything happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge, and the people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
And so, and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't believe that Juliana actually ate dinner at the same time. We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil was dealing with that. And we'd spent maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about some random things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me. Also, I guess when we were having this conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once you go upstairs, the master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and she also took a step towards the left with me. And we had a brief conversation there, and then she came with me into my bedroom.
Did you ever talk to her either that night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that She was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs. And that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's,
And
that basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously, and that there's nothing that changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay, and likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay, and how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I wasn't in my previous position, but my job also required some travel. I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City, and I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. And I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. We had decided that we were going to continue our marriage.
So now back to 2022, you and Juliana were having an affair outside of the knowledge of Christine?
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis?
It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, I guess, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that is not serious, that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
So with no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October, December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay, so when you're in terms of training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, it should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay, and she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point. When we had gone to the range, none of the suspect email.
He just said there was no plan at this point. So you're telling us they had a plan to unalive Christine. Was that a proverbial slip of the tongue? Let's watch.
Account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently. Some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there. I was going to be there for 2 days. I was going to be there for 2 days. There was so I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me. Later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home? Who with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but.
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
Well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was
How do you spell spoiling?
that one of those days when someone was visiting, or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening I was planning to drive to New York with Valerie. My friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
right
my 38th birthday, and the
Okay.
24th was today that.
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay, so had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes, other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you?
Yes,
in terms of your career?
it was supposed to be the meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation on Tuesday, the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits?
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay, so you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment. Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes to my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes.
And to what side was that holster?
It's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay, and so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who else was up when you, and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have my own, actually I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so, in terms of, that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack and she would bring the backpack and drop it off and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her. And her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard, while she had TV on or something like that. And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar that was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room. And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie because Valerie wasn't in her room to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up. She was sitting up in bed. She had the blanket over her lap. She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if anything, did, so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to?
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into her clothes for the day.
Okay, did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't. Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day? Do you have any recollection?
Roughly 7.
Okay.
A couple minutes after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I'm stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington, D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that meeting set for?
It was set for 9:30.
Okay, so you left at 7 for what reason?
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay, and where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay, is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or place to get an egg sandwich.
Okay,
things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through.
Yes.
And it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
It was pretty quick.
And you had that app on your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do, because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally I just open up the QR code section and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So
Okay.
it's kind of a loyalty app you would find for many restaurants.
And so, when it didn't work the first time, you came back around?
Yeah.
And did it work?
Yes, then my QR code came up and I went to order.
Okay, so when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road. And basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay, and what was the parking space, what was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-thru.
Okay, and so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay, and is that in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes. And then what, if anything, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
Okay. Two things. Lawyer, had a conniption over the restroom. Just saying. I find it easy. I find it interesting that they're skimming past the restroom when he sat in that restroom for like 7 minutes. He came out on the phone, answering the phone, walked casually. You might want to interpret this, Diane. I'm sorry, I got a deaf person. He walked casually. He didn't run. He was being told that his wife was there with a guy and she was being hurt. He didn't run. It was like, oh, hey, how about you? Very casual, coming out of the restroom. Number 2, the word of the day in sign language is McDonald's, because we both sign it very differently. In Texas, it's the letter M, and you draw an M, or you can just do it this way. We do M. Miss Diana does it how?
MD, because here, in Indiana and in Alaska And in North Carolina and South Carolina, this is museum. It's museum. No, museum. It's not a building. It's just museum. That's museum.
building. Here's
And so-
McDonald.
Okay, and this is McDonald. MD.
So,
McDonald.
word of the day.
Word
right.
of the day.
Now we're going to get into the nitty gritty.
So you said he was in the bathroom for 7 minutes, and then he came out very casually, and he was being told what?
That his wife was being stabbed or killed. We're going to find out. But when we watch the video that they showed earlier, there was no rush. There was no running.
No panic.
And the thing is the phone rings and so many seconds he's out that door without washing hands or anything. It was just strange. I'll see if we can find the video to show you the video of him coming out of the bathroom at McDonald's, but it was strange if they don't show it.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay. And did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay. And so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. But it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to get back to the house?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
At that point, were you rushing? Were you
Objection leading.
What if, at that point, how was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there. Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else at that point. I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second,
sure.
Judge?
Is that how you sign iPhone?
Judge, this might be a good break.
Okay.
Looks too much like idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, since it is
I know,
5
but
o'clock
you know what I
now, so
mean.
We'll go ahead and take our evening break. Please do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. I understand that everybody is
He's like,
available for Friday. Again, I'm sorry that I have to.
Diane, stay
Thank you
on,
for being
don't
flexible.
leave.
I'm sorry that we have to keep changing things. I know somebody can't get here until around 9:30. We'll wait for you whenever you can get here, and we will stop at 4:30 on the dot for somebody who needs to leave as well, okay?
Let's go
So
back on
that'll be
that.
Friday's schedule, okay? All right. have a good
Friday,
evening.
okay. So it's 10, that's 9:30. I'm waiting for the judge to congratulate the lawyer on a better job this morning
Mr. Banfield,
or this evening,
your
afternoon.
testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody at this time. That includes your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, you can have a seat back with your attorney. Is there any other matters?
Looks like there's going to be some more stuff happening.
If I may,
Yes.
I was remiss in not asking, is Mr. Miller still
Can you
subject
interpret, Diane?
Is
to
Mr. Miller still
recall by-
subject to recall? Detective Miller, is he still subject to recall?
Did I do that?
Yes, you did, but that's okay if you're,
I don't plan on calling him, Judge.
okay, so he can be released then.
Thank
Detective
you.
Miller can
And then
be
as I
released.
had indicated this morning, I would like to request that Detective Stephen Augustine be permitted to watch the testimony for his expert.
Okay, any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, so we'll take care of that tomorrow and help out Friday morning at 9:30, finish up the jury instructions. We don't have much left. so-
Judge, we should be able to do it. I anticipate we can do it at the end of tomorrow.
Okay, do you want to do the jury instructions at the end of tomorrow? It's just, I mean, we only have basically the charging instructions left and the waterfalls.
We should be able to do it.
Okay, and there's just one thing with that while I have you here, because I know it's only, you have the 2 charging instructions for aggravated murder, okay?
Yes,
But for the record, I have 4 counts.
you do.
So are we going to select like
We
count
are.
1 and count 3, or count 2 and count 4?
We are.
All right, just as long as I can get that on the record, I would appreciate that,
Once-
just to clean it up.
Once this has concluded, then we will
Perfect.
be able to let Your Honor know how we elect to
Okay.
proceed with the charges.
Excellent, that's great. Okay, so we'll see you in the morning then at 10 a.m., okay?
Thank
All
you.
right,
Thank you.
So tomorrow will be 9 a.m. our time, about 4:30 our time. And then, let me get her and I up here. Oh, hold on. My mouse is squirreling. Squirrel. Okay, guys. So tomorrow we'll be here at 9 a.m. Friday, 9:30. It looks like they may try to close everything up by Friday. We'll see. That would be awesome to come back with the jury verdict either late Friday or Monday of next week. That would be awesome. Thank you guys, everybody, for joining. We had a lot of people we hadn't seen in a while today. And thank you so much, Vanessa, Ari, I'm sorry, I do that all the time. As the curl turns. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you today. Rachel, thank you for joining us. If you joined us today, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm trying to scroll back and see everybody. We really appreciated all the interactions. That's great. Thank you for the super chat. Everybody have a phenomenal day. Also, my mods today were Miss June and Honey. So thank both of you for joining me today and supporting me and doing all that hard, wonderful work that you do. We will be live again tomorrow morning. See you then. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time.